Chapter 1866. Half a year, master. If we let them continue to fight like this, I'm afraid our immortal capital will suffer heavy losses. Wu Wei said nervously. Do you have a way to stop them? Meng Tianshu said lightly. Wu Wei seemed to have choked and was instantly speechless. One was Ning Beixian, and the other was the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor. Both of them were existences that could kill him with a single breath. How could he have the ability to stop them? Don't worry, they won't fight here for long. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Perhaps to prove his words, a blade suddenly descended from the sky and slashed the center of the celestial capital. Gravel flew everywhere, and buildings collapsed. All the cultivators dodged in panic. A crack that looked like an abyss appeared in the center of the celestial capital and continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, it had spread for tens of thousands of miles. Countless cultivators were affected by the shock wave and died on the spot. Meng Tianshu's face turned cold. He saw with his own eyes that the blade energy was originally slashed out by Ning Qi and headed towards the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. But with a casual flick of the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's hand, it landed on the immortal capital. From this, it could be seen that the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards the living beings of this world. Immediately after, the two of them fought further and further away. Very soon, they disappeared from the underworld, Dao Celestial Dynasty. The cultivators in the immortal capital looked at the abyss-like crack in silence. Some of them had a sorrowful look on their faces, while some had a look of anger on their faces. It could be said that the battle between Ning Qi and the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor had caused the cultivators of the underworld, Dao Celestial Dynasty, to suffer incomparably heavy losses. Meng Tianshu calmly looked at the crack for a while, then turned around and left. Wu Wei and the others stood dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. In this world, strength is indeed king. Just because you have a strong cultivation, you can treat us cultivators like ants? Suddenly, a prodigy said angrily. When everyone heard this, an indescribable understanding arose in their hearts. Similar scenes continued to occur in the next half a year. Apart from the celestial dynasties that had been ravaged by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, the remaining celestial dynasties were more or less affected by the battle between the Dao Yan Celestial Lord and Ning Qi, and suffered losses of varying magnitude. Besides being mentally exhausted, the cultivators of the central mainland already regarded Ning Beixian as the second strongest person after the Dao Yan Celestial Lord, because no one had ever heard of anyone being able to fight the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor for so long. Half a year later, the two of them finally returned to the starting point. In the sky above Dao Expansion, Immortal City, the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor looked at Ning Qi indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of extremely obscure shock. In the past half a year, he had constantly tested Ning Qi's limits, and he had already come to a conclusion. This boy could not be allowed to live. His cultivation base was merely at level 7 tribulation, yet he was able to display a combat power that ordinary Yuan Venerates could not hope to match. With such frightening techniques, his combat power might even be comparable to Luo Yinyang's if he broke through and became a level 9 tribulation creator. 10x and the others sensed the commotion and flew out. They looked at the two of them in shock. Why was Dao Yan Celestial Emperor unable to suppress Ning Beixian even after half a year? Is Ning Beixian really that powerful? It's all thanks to Revered Dragon that you have your current battle prowess, right? Unfortunately, the Revered Dragon was wrong. He shouldn't have chosen you. The Dao Yan Celestial Emperor looked at Ning Qi and said faintly. Ning Qi looked at the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor strangely. From the beginning to the end, the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor thought that his cultivation base was obtained by relying on Little Six. In fact, Ning Qi believed that the existence behind the system was far from what Little Six could compare to. However, he naturally would not explain this to the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor. Since it was a misunderstanding, he would just let it be a misunderstanding to the end. What? He was right to choose you, but in the end you rebelled. Ning Qi smiled. At that moment, Ning Qi's body was densely covered with wounds. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. The immortal spirit Qi, left behind by the Daoyan celestial emperor, was competing with the immortal spirit Qi in his body, making it impossible for Ning Qi's injuries to recover. Because his philosophy is different from mine. You wouldn't know about these things even if I told you, so the Daoyan celestial emperor smiled and reached out to grab Ning Qi again. This time, Ning Qi did not even have a chance to resist. His entire body and even his spirit consciousness were suppressed by a terrifying immortal spirit Qi, and he could not move at all. Just like Yuan Venerate Slayer and Luo Yunyang, Ning Qi was suppressed. Ha ha ha! Ning Beixian, to think you would have such a day. Tenacious donkey laughed maniacally. It flew over and kicked Ning Qi's body. However, Ning Qi only glanced at it with a faint smile. This kick was a little light for Ning Qi. Tenacious donkey did not care. It only wanted revenge. It was almost suppressed by Ning Qi previously, and it had been afraid for a long time. It had to take revenge. Everyone saw Tenacious Donkey's fists landing on Ning Qi's body like raindrops. What a pity! For some unknown reason, many cultivators in Dao Spread Immortal City felt pity in their hearts. Perhaps Ning Qi was the only true genius they had seen that was capable of fighting the Dao Spread Immortal Emperor for so long while at the 7th Tribulation, Lord of Creation Realm. Congratulations, Dao Yen Celestial Emperor. Yuan Venerate Hanfei led everyone forward to congratulate him. At this point, Yuan Venerate Slayer, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, and Yuan Venerate Beixian had been suppressed by the Daoyan Celestial Emperor, and the central mainland could regain its peace. All right, the Daoyan Celestial Emperor said faintly. Tenacious Donkey looked at Ning Qi unwillingly and stopped what it was doing. Tell me, where is Longzuan? I will send him to the immortal prison with you. The Daoyan Celestial Emperor smiled. You won't be able to find him. You won't be able to find him in this lifetime. Ning Qi grinned. His snow-white teeth were covered in blood. Master, don't send him to the immortal prison. I want to torture him. Tenacious Donkey said, I don't believe that he can be stubborn for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. The Daoyan Celestial Emperor glanced at Tenacious Donkey with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Tenacious Donkey shut its mouth in embarrassment. You don't dare to kill us because you're afraid that our souls will come back to the netherworld one day. Ning Qi looked at the Daoyan Celestial Emperor with a faint smile. He suspected that the Daoyan Celestial Emperor had some understanding of the netherworld. The consciousness was different from the souls. The consciousness could be seen, but the souls could only be seen by the netherworld cultivators. Ning Qi could see them because he had devoured the essence of the evil Azura. That's right. That's why I will send you to the immortal prison. You won't have to come back in this lifetime. Chapter 1867. A worthwhile trip. The immortal prison was listed as one of the forbidden areas of the central continent. Not only was it heavily guarded by the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor, but there were also more than 10 Tribulation Creation Masters stationed there all year round. The path to the immortal prison was also filled with layers of restrictions. Even immortal kings wouldn't dare challenge the destructive power of these restrictions, as they were personally set up by the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor. However, this time, every celestial dynasty received a unilateral notice from the Dao Yen Immortal City to head to the immortal prison to watch the trial of Yuan Venerate Beixian, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. Ning Beixian has finally been suppressed. The cultivators of the various celestial dynasties heaved a sigh of relief. During this time, they were really afraid that the two of them would suddenly attack them again. The battle between Ning Beixian and the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor was just a shockwave. Ordinary 8 Tribulation Creation Masters wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse, everyone knew that they were the first two to be suppressed because Yuan Venerate Beishian had resisted for more than half a year. The restriction that led to the immortal prison had been opened, and cultivators from all over rushed to the immortal prison. Not only could they see the 3 Yuan Venerates with their own eyes, but they could also see the legendary immortal prison that could never come out again once one entered. In a huge valley, there was a pitch-black hole in the center of the valley. From time to time, sharp roars could be heard from inside, and traces of demonic chi that were incompatible with the central continent shot up into the sky. However, they were all blocked by the restriction above the black hole and couldn't affect the nearby cultivators. Ningqi and the other two's shoulder blades were pierced by a chain that was covered with simple and unadorned veined patterns. They stood 30 meters away from the black hole. Beside the 3 of them, there was still a large group of soldiers who were guarding them. The tough donkey was also present. It stood beside Ningqi and mocked him unceasingly. Ning Beixian, Longzuan isn't coming to save you even at this point. It seems like he has given up on you. Tenacious donkey mocked. A faint smile hung on Ningqi's face. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse were silent. They had already guessed who Tenacious Donkey was talking about. Stop pretending. You must be scared to death right now, right? Perhaps if you kneel down and beg me, I can plead with Master to only suppress the 2 of them and let you go. Tenek smiled at Ningqi. Yes. Ningqi smiled. Seeing Ningqi's attitude, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through the stubborn donkey's eyes. However, its fists couldn't cause any harm to Ningqi, and it couldn't bring Ningqi back to torture him properly. There was anger in its heart, but it couldn't be vented. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived at the immortal prison. There were Dan Realm cultivators, Eternal Life Realm cultivators, and Transcendence Realm cultivators. Each celestial dynasty had about 100,000 cultivators. 300 celestial dynasties, 30 million cultivators. If a 9 tribulation creator were to go crazy and kill them, the number of cultivators in the central continent would be reduced by 99%. Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, sat on the high platform with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. The Netherworld Demon Sovereign and the others stood respectfully behind him, and further away were the 8 Tribulation Masters of Creation and 7 Tribulation Masters of Creation. It's a pity. No matter how talented he is, he'll be gone once he enters the immortal prison. Xiao Wuye and the others looked at Ning Qi mockingly. If Ning Qi didn't offend Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, and focused on cultivation, he wouldn't be in this situation today. From their point of view, it was arrogance that destroyed Ning Beixian. The people from the Alchemist Alliance had also arrived, including Alchemist Emperor Puti and the others. Although many people knew that he had a close relationship with Ning Qi, the Alchemist Alliance had always been a neutral force. Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, would not risk the world's condemnation and attack Alchemist Emperor Puti and the others. The cultivators of the entire central mainland had to rely on the group of alchemists. Master, Martial Uncle Ning, can we ask Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, for mercy? Yi Wanjun stared at the divine lock on Ningqi's shoulder blade and the densely packed wounds on Ningqi's body. Her eyes instantly turned red. Pil Emperor Puti sighed in his heart and transmitted his voice to everyone. Today, we just need to watch and don't say anything, understand? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, they nodded to show that they understood. Junior brother, what kind of person is Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor? Today, he was played by you in the palm of your hand. You're really amazing. Pil Emperor Puti looked at Ning Qi with a trace of a smile in his eyes. A long time ago, he knew that Ning Qi would definitely make a trip to the immortal prison. However, he didn't expect that Ning Qi didn't break the formation of this place by himself. Instead, he took the initiative to let Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, send him in. Pil Emperor Puti hoped that Ning Qi could find Pil Emperor Devouring Dragon's master. After all, that person was the true ancestor of his alchemy faction. Ning Beixian, to think that you would have such a day. Wu Wei and Feng Wudao stared at Ning Qi with disdain in their eyes and laughed wildly in their hearts. Because Meng Tianshu was a true immortal of the underworld Dao immortal dynasty, he was qualified to stand at the front of the crowd and could clearly see Ning Qi's current state. Feng Wudao suddenly glanced at Twilight Autumn Cicada and saw that her face was filled with worry. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately concealed. Then his gaze fell on Ning Qi again, and he couldn't help but transmit his voice to him. Ning Beixian, although my memories are gone, this ending might be your retribution. Feng Wudao, wait for me to come out. I'll give you another punch. Just you wait. Ning Qi's gaze fell on Feng Wudao, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. What a joke. You still want to come out after entering the immortal prison? Feng Wudao was shocked at first. Then a trace of a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was almost scared by Ning Qi just now. Beixian Commander. Sai, among the 30 million cultivators, the spectral elder and the others had also arrived, but they were standing at the back. They looked slightly sad when they saw Ning Qi's current state. They had originally thought that it would be a different scene when they reunited with Ning Qi. They had never expected that they would meet Ning Qi again at the entrance of the immortal prison. Ning Qi had also become a prisoner of the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor, and was about to be suppressed in the immortal prison. As if he felt that it was about time, the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor slowly opened his eyes and said faintly, Ning Beixian, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse have joined forces to rebel. Today, I will personally send them to the immortal prison to serve their sentences. Anyone who is dissatisfied with this can step forward now. His voice echoed out into the ears of the more than 30 million cultivators. Everyone was silent, and not a single person stepped forward. He, Brother Immortal Slayer, Brother Demonic Corpse. I didn't expect so many cultivators to be here to send the three of us off to the immortal prison. This trip was not in vain, right? Chapter 1868. I'll dye the sky with my demonic blood. Chapter 868. Blood stains the blue sky. This trip wasn't in vain, right? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. Did this guy think he was on a vacation in the immortal prison? All the cultivators knew that none of the existences that had been suppressed in the immortal prison by the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor over the years had come out alive. Even if they hadn't died in the immortal prison, their lives would not have been easy. Ha ha ha. Brother Ning is right. This trip wasn't in vain. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was slightly taken aback before he burst into laughter. Since he was going to be suppressed, what was there to be afraid of? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smirked as he looked at the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. Dao Yan, do you think I'll be afraid just because you threw me into the immortal prison? Just you wait. One day, I'll crawl out of the immortal prison and take your head. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor smiled and said, if that day comes, I can still suppress you a second, a third, a fourth time. I'll suppress you every time you crawl out. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was furious. However, he knew deep down that what Dao Yan had said was very likely true. When he had followed Dao Yan, he had already guessed that the other party's cultivation level had indeed surpassed the limits of this world and entered a higher level than the 9 Tribulation Creation Masters. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer felt that he might never be able to reach this level in his lifetime. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor stared at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer with a faint smile. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the seal above the black hole was removed. Then, a series of ghostly wails came from within. The tens of millions of cultivators present felt their scalps go numb when they heard the sound. It was as if a demonic being was howling in their hearts. Go on your way. Tenacious Donkey reacted quickly and kicked Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse's body. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse cursed and fell into the black hole. Because the divine lock had passed through all 3 of them, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer also fell into the black hole. When the yin and yang are in chaos, I'll stain the sky with my demonic blood. Dao Yan, don't be too surprised the next time you see me. Ningqi laughed and disappeared into the black hole. Then the Dao Yan immortal emperor waved his hand again to set up a seal to seal the demonic aura that was about to leak out. When the yin and yang are in chaos, I'll stain the sky with my demonic blood. What did Ning Beixian mean? Is he saying that he's going to turn into a demon and come back for revenge? Feng Yunwudo murmured in a low voice. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a joke! I used my devil blood to dye the blue sky? Dao Yan, celestial emperor, looked at the black hole indifferently. With a chuckle, he turned and left. Tens of millions of cultivators were attracted by Ning Qi's last sentence. They wouldn't find it inappropriate if it was just a normal threat, but there seemed to be a hidden meaning behind it. They could feel that Ning Beixian was full of confidence. Returning to the central continent from the immortal prison, after the Dao Yan celestial emperor left, the 9 nether demon sovereign and the others also left, leaving only the perfected immortals of the various celestial dynasties. They looked at each other and left together. Pill Emperor Puti, will we be able to return our pill vein? Just as Pill Emperor Puti and company were preparing to leave, they were suddenly stopped by a group of cultivators. This group of cultivators were the Pill Emperors whose pill meridians Ning Qi had seized previously. You really are shameless. Back then, you traded your dawn for your lives, and now you still have the face to ask for it? Li Taiyan was furious. He had just become the master of the dawn. How could he give up this position so easily? Yi Wanjun and the others were also furious. This group of people came to ask for the dawn right after their junior uncle Ning was suppressed. They were really despicable people. Ning Beixian has already been suppressed by Dao Yan celestial emperor. Pill Emperor Puti, as his senior brother, don't you have any responsibility? Or do you want us to meet Dao Yan celestial emperor and explain this matter? The few Pill Emperors looked at Puti coldly. Pill Emperor Puti smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, the crowd suddenly felt a few terrifying auras approaching from afar. Everyone looked over in unison and sucked in a cold breath. They were the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, the great elder Granny Long, the abbot of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple, and the golden Arhut Sakya, thoughtlessness. 2 9 tribulations and 2 8 tribulations. Seniors, you've come at the right time. Please seek justice for us. Pill Emperor Puti, the Pill Emperors were overjoyed. Just as they were about to speak, the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect sneered and reached out to grab them. Senior you, the group of Pill Emperors panicked. They couldn't resist in time and were turned into minced meat by the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. The sect master of the Yin-Yang sect glanced at Pill Emperor Puti and said, I've already repaid Yuan Venerate Beishuan's favor. After saying that, she turned around and left. Unfortunately, I was too slow. The abbot of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at Pill Emperor Puti before leaving with Sakya Wunyan. I have an agreement with young Master Ning that you can come to the Yin-Yang sect to look for me if you encounter any trouble in the future. Grandmother Long sent a voice transmission to Pill Emperor Puti before leaving. Pill Emperor Puti smiled and cupped his fists at Grandmother Long Li Taiyan, and the others were dumbfounded. Everything had happened so quickly that they couldn't even react. Those Pill Emperors had died, just like that? Did you really think that your junior uncle wouldn't make some preparations before he left? Pill Emperor Puti chuckled when he saw everyone dumbfounded. Before leaving, Yi Wanjuan's eyes lit up. She was surprised to find that her master didn't use the word suppress, but before leaving. The meaning behind it was too great. Master! Yi Wanjun hesitated for a moment and was about to ask. There's no need to say more. Let's go back. Pill Emperor Puti glanced in the direction where Dao Yan celestial emperor had left. He chuckled and took the lead to leave. Seeing that, everyone quickly followed. Due to the arrival of 30 million cultivators, the news of Ning Qi and the other two being suppressed spread quickly. Even the ordinary mortals in the central mainland had heard about it. However, the story they heard had changed slightly. Thank God, Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor has suppressed 3 more great demons. In the future, we will definitely have good weather here. Dad, what's a demon? A cultivator who kills without blinking an eye is a demon. But there's a cultivator in the neighboring town who also kills without blinking an eye. Many people in our village have been killed by him. Why didn't Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor come to suppress him? Lower your voice. Dad will tell you, that's just a little demon. A real demon is an existence that can destroy the world. Only Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor would personally take action against such a great demon. Do you understand? Dad, then I want to become an existence that can destroy the world and specifically suppress the great demon. No, I want to suppress the demon in the neighboring town first, so that the people in the village can vent their anger. Chapter 1869. Intense pain jolted Ning Qi awake. A sharp pain came from his body. Ning Qi, who was originally unconscious, was awakened by this pain. Ignoring the sharp pain, he stood up and looked around. The sky was blue, with white clouds floating and lush forests all around. Is this really the immortal purgatory? The shattered pieces of the demon race continent? Ning Qi had a suspicious look on his face. The demon race continent he had imagined wasn't like this. Stretching out his hand, Ning Qi immediately tore off the broken divine lock on his shoulder blade, bringing along some minced flesh and blood. However, this level of pain was like a mosquito bite to Ning Qi. Clearly, the pain in his body was not because of the injuries on his body. Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan venerate Devil Corpse entered the immortal purgatory with me, but they're nowhere to be seen. It seems like that black hole is also an extremely unstable spatial tunnel. A bright light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and gathered his divine sense between his eyebrows. After 10 breaths of time, he finally sensed a faint connection. Minuscule mountain. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. He had gambled a little too much, but he had won. As a sect building, Fengsuan Mountain had a basic function. The owner of Fengsuan Mountain could instantly return to Fengsuan Mountain after paying a certain amount of Dragon Slayer crystals. The amount of Dragon Slayer crystals depended on the distance. May I know if the host wishes to pay 3 million Dragon Slayer crystals to return to Fengsuan Mountain? 3 million? That's a little far. Ning Qi smacked his lips slightly but wasn't too surprised. After all, this place and the central mainland weren't in the same space. 3 million Dragon Slayer crystals wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. Ning Qi believed that, given his ability, it would only be a matter of time before he collected all the Dragon Slayer crystals. The intense pain in his body continued. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes and sensed the situation in his body. At the moment, a large amount of demonic qi was pouring into Ning Qi's body, trying to devour his flesh, his immortal spirit energy, and his consciousness. The intense pain was a side effect of the demonic qi trying to turn Ning Qi into a demon. Ning Qi's expression was somewhat solemn. He could not sense the power of creation or the power of laws here. There was only endless demonic qi that filled the world. Ning Qi didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he discovered that 1/10 of his body had already been transformed by the devil qi. If the devil qi was given a little more time, it wouldn't be long before he was completely transformed into a devil. At that time, he would lose his consciousness and become a beast that only knew how to kill. Since you want to devour me, I'll devour you too. A cold glint flashed in Ning Qi's eyes as he casually set up a blinding restriction spell. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the 35th subdivision of the suppressing dragon elephant technique. Demon Ancestor Golden Body Formula. At the same time, he activated the Supreme Buddha Golden Body Mantra, using the Buddha intent within to ensure that his consciousness would not be easily eroded by the demonic aura. Time passed day by day. The devil chi that was devouring Ning Chi's flesh and blood was devoured by the demon ancestor golden body technique and transformed into Ning Chi's own strength. However, Ning Chi's body was still transforming into a demon. Even if Ning Chi tried to use the imprisonment dragon elephant technique to stop this transformation, it was of no use. Could it be that my body is really going to be transformed into a devil? But if I can keep my consciousness, then so be it. Gradually, Ning Chi entered a meditative state. He didn't notice the passage of time in the outside world at that moment. However, Ning Chi kept an eye out. A faint trace of divine will rotated around him. If an enemy approached and was detected by this divine will, Ning Chi could instantly wake up from his meditative state. There were 4 seasons here as well. In the first year, Ning Chi's left arm was completely demonized. In the second year, Ning Chi's left leg was demonized. In the third year, Ning Chi's left face was demonized. In the fourth year, the left half of Ning Chi's body was completely demonized. The devil chi was monstrous. However, the right half of his body was filled with immortal chi. It was a stark contrast between half immortal and half devil. The devil chi that had been demonizing his body gradually stopped after half of his body had been demonized. With the center of his eyebrows as the boundary, Ning Chi looked like he had 2 different faces at the moment. Spring passed and autumn came 50 times. On the 50th year since Ning Chi entered the immortal prison, he slowly opened his eyes. During these 50 years, he could feel that his physical strength had skyrocketed under the infusion of devil chi. However, the incarcerating dragon elephant art was still at the 9th layer, while the demon ancestral golden body secret art had broken through to the 9th layer. The effect of the devil chi to refine the body is indeed terrifying. No wonder little Six said that every devil cultivator has terrifying strength. They are really natural-born cultivators to refine their bodies. Ning Chi examined his body's condition. In the next moment, he waved his hand lightly. A stream of devil chi came out of his palm and condensed into a mirror in front of him. At this moment, the immortal chi and devil chi coexisted in Ning Chi's body. The former was much thicker, while the latter was much thinner. However, he could now freely control the devil chi to refine his body. This was enough to prove that the greatest danger of entering the immortal prison had been resolved. Next, if there were no accidents, Ning Chi would not be demonized again. In the mirror, the right side of his face was the same as before. But when Ning Chi looked at his left side, he was startled. This half of his face was filled with evil. Ning Chi clearly wasn't smiling, but the left side of his face was slightly curled up. His faint red pupils were emitting boundless killing intent. My current condition. Ning Chi immediately immersed his mind into the attribute panel and found that there was an additional note on the panel, immortal and demon in the same body. Immortal and demon in the same body? Ning Chi was stunned. Then he carefully confirmed that his primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form had not disappeared. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in Ning Chi's heart. In the next moment, the right side of his body that had not been demonized started to become the same as the left side. In a few breaths' time, a Ning Chi filled with evil chi appeared in front of the mirror. At this moment, Ning Chi's mind seemed to have a voice constantly chanting, "Kill, kill, kill!" Ning Chi immediately used the supreme golden Buddha body secret art. The Buddhist intent cleared his mind. With a slight thought, the strange changes disappeared. At the same time, the left side of his body that had been demonized returned to the same state as the right side. His whole body was filled with immortal chi. It looked like the evil Ning Chi from before had never appeared. One thought to become a demon, one thought to become an immortal. Now I have 2 forms. Chapter 1870. One-eyed great demon. Just as Ning Chi was inspecting his body, A series of roars came from the nearby forest. The ground began to shake, and at the same time the huge trees that were more than 30 meters tall were uprooted and fell to the sides. Ning Chi came back to his senses and looked calmly in the direction of the sound. Ha! Ha! Soon, the shaking became more and more intense. Two huge trees in the distance were pushed aside by a pair of dark brown hands, revealing a hideous head. This head only had one huge eye and one mouth. It didn't even have nostrils or ears. This monster emitted demonic aura and was about 20 meters tall. The huge eyeball in the center of its brow was staring at Ning Chi unblinkingly. At the same time, it let out a ha-ha sound. Together with its stinky saliva, it dripped onto the ground. Green smoke rose from the ground, and the surrounding weeds withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a demon? No, the demon should be the same as the immortals, at least a human immortal. It shouldn't be this weak. Ning Chi sized up the monster in front of him and at the same time glanced at its attributes. Demon, one-eyed great demon level, none health points, 1 Yuan demon's battle skill. None demon, no level. As for that demon's battle skill, it should be similar to the skills of the immortals. Ning Chi instantly saw through this one-eyed great demon. And the one-eyed great demon seemed to have seen a delicious prey. After a while of drooling, it charged at Ning Chi. At the same time, a beam of golden light shot out from its eyes and landed on Ning Chi. Ning Chi immediately felt a huge force hit his chest. The strength of this force was about the same as that of an ordinary 9 calamity creator. It has such combat strength, but its level is displayed as none? A strange look flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Just as he was about to use 90,000 miles in a flash, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. During this pause, Ning Chi was punched by the one-eyed great demon. 18 dragon, subduing palms. Ethereal void blade. Void penetrating finger. 9 flames, great net palm. Ning Chi performed all of these offensive secondary principles once, but he discovered that none of them could be activated at this moment. The Cyclops great demon saw that Ning Chi didn't counterattack and thought that he was easy prey to swallow. After punching Ning Chi a few times, it lost its patience and bit towards Ning Chi. Demon Ancestor Golden Body Technique. With a thought, Ning Chi's form suddenly changed and a monstrous evil aura emanated from his body. His eyes were blood red, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Apart from the devil race's cultivation method, I can't use any other cultivation method. Is this the heavenly Tao of this place? Ning Chi chuckled. In the next moment, when the Cyclops demon tried to bite him again, Ning Chi directly punched its mouth full of fangs. The Cyclops giant demon held miserably as it was sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. It was startled and angry, and with a loud roar, it attacked Ning Chi once more. Want to eat me? Ning Chi's lips curled up in a devilish smile. His feet pushed off the ground, and he shot forwards a cannonball, crashing into the Cyclops giant demon's stomach. The Cyclops giant demon revealed a look of disbelief. It stared dumbly at the wound on its stomach. How could the existence that it viewed as prey suddenly become so fierce? With its limited intelligence, the Cyclops giant demon couldn't figure out the reason. In the next moment, it emitted an incomparably mournful howl as it rolled around on the ground. With a puff, a fist punched out from its body and then retracted. Then, another fist punched out from another part of its body. This repeated over and over again. In an instant, the Cyclops giant demon's body was riddled with hundreds of bloody holes. It swayed left and right as if it were drunk. Finally, with a loud bang, it slumped to the ground, its life aura rapidly diminishing. 3 breaths later, the Cyclops giant demon's body exploded into a rain of blood that gradually fell to the ground. A blood-stained figure, stood in the middle of a pile of smelly flesh. After killing the Cyclops giant demon, the killing intent in Ningqi's eyes did not subside. However, Ningqi immediately activated the supreme golden Buddha body technique. The Buddhist intent caused his eyes to become clear, and his form gradually changed from a demon to an immortal. The next time I use demonic techniques, I must use the supreme golden Buddha body technique at the same time. Otherwise, my consciousness will be controlled by this demonic intent, and I will only think about killing. Ningqi glanced at the putrid blood on his body, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. His body shook, and under the surge of demonic qi, the blood was immediately separated. Not a single drop remained on Ningqi's body. In the next second, Ningqi returned to his spotless state. After the Cyclops giant demon died, a faint demonic aura entered Ningqi's body from its corpse. Ningqi realized that his demon ancestor golden body technique seemed to have improved a lot. At the same time, this demonic aura tempered Ningqi's body once again. Not only can it bring me creation points and dragon-slaying crystals, but it can also help my demon ancestor golden body technique advance. At the same time, it has the effect of tempering my body. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. After confirming that the demonic aura was not an illusion, Ningqi smiled. It seemed like this immortal prison was indeed a good place to temper one's body. Perhaps he could improve his body to the point where he could fight against a human immortal. At that time, he could kill any Daoyan celestial emperor with a single punch. After discovering this, Ningqi did not stay where he was. Instead, he randomly chose a direction. As long as he encountered demonic creatures, he would kill them without any care. Streams of demonic aura entered Ningqi's body from their bodies and tempered his body continuously. Ningqi did not know how long he had been walking, nor did he know how many demonic creatures he had killed. However, he estimated that in this period of time, at least 10,000 demonic creatures of various types had died in Ningqi's hands. This brought Ningqi a lot of creation points, dragon-slaying crystals, and a slight improvement to his body. On normal days, Ningqi would absorb the demonic aura from heaven and earth crazily. It could be said that ever since he entered this immortal prison, the strength of his body had increased tremendously. At the same time, Ningqi also discovered a pattern. As long as it was a demonic creature, it did not have a single rank, and it did not have any demonic combat skills. It seemed like they were relying on their little bit of intelligence and instinct to fight. However, the stronger the demonic creature, the higher its intelligence. The weaker the demonic creature, the lower its intelligence. They were like wild beasts. However, their strength in the central mainland was equivalent to the existence of the creator. Ningqi suspected that these demonic creatures were the forms of cultivators who had accidentally entered this place from the central mainland or other worlds. Thinking of this, Ningqi felt a lingering fear. If he had been demonized, he might have become one of these demonic creatures. Chapter 1871. Aristocratic Language. Ji Ligu Lu. In front of the city, several demons of different shapes and sizes were talking to Ningqi. Ningqi discovered that their intelligence was different from those of the demons he had seen before. Glancing at their attributes, he found that there were indeed some differences. Their levels were still the same, but there was a change in the demon battle skills column. These demons guarding the city had the same demon battle skill, the low-level battle skill, Bloodthirst. System: are there any demonic languages to exchange? Very soon, the system recommended a demon language to Ningqi. The price was 10,000 dragon-slaying crystals, and it was one of the few cheap goods in the dragon-slaying mall. After exchanging for the devil language, Ningqi's mind suddenly had some additional memories. He immediately understood the words of those devils, but their accent was slightly different from the devil language that Ningqi had learned. Where did this lowly monster come from? It doesn't seem to understand our language. A piece of trash like this should stay in the azure devil forest. Why did he come to our ghost devil city? Ha ha ha. Get lost. Without saying a word, one of the demonic creatures walked towards Ning Chi and kicked him. Seeing this, the demonic creatures that entered and exited the ghost demon city showed a trace of schadenfreude in their eyes. At the same time, their gazes towards Ning Chi were filled with killing intent. It wasn't because Ning Chi had offended them, but because their killing intent was extremely heavy. A cold light flashed in Ning Chi's eyes, and the demonic creature that attacked him was instantly torn apart, turning into a pile of minced meat. When the other demonic creatures saw this, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. They had thought that Ning Chi was just one of those low-level demonic creatures with no intelligence. But the strength that Ning Chi had displayed was far stronger than theirs. Which tribe are you from? How dare you kill the demonic creatures of my ghost demon city? Don't you know that this is Lord Ghost Demon's territory? The few demonic creature guards stared at Ning Chi with a hint of fear in their eyes. I only wanted to enter the city, yet you attacked me. Don't tell me you don't deserve to die, Ning Chi said lightly. His tone was clearly different from the other parties. When the demonic creatures heard this, their eyes were filled with endless fear. Their bodies began to tremble as they looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Then they humbly bowed and said to Ning Chi, "So it's Lord Devil. Please don't blame us for Lord Devil. It wasn't just the guards." Even the nearby monsters looked at Ning Chi with a trace of horror in their eyes and bowed down. Demon Lord? Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. The reason why the other party had been so arrogant before becoming respectful was obviously not because of the strength he had displayed, but because of what he had just said. Perhaps the demon language I've learned has an extremely high status in this world, so these monsters mistook me as an existence of another level. That's why they're so afraid. After figuring this out, Ning Chi sneered, "Get out of the way." Yes, Lord Devil. The few demonic creature guards hurriedly got out of the way. When Ning Chi walked into Ghost Demon City and disappeared from their sight, the few demonic creatures realized that there was a layer of cold sweat on their bodies. We're really lucky today. I didn't expect to meet such an easygoing Lord Devil. Yeah, I thought we were going to die just now. That Lord Devil doesn't have the aura of a human demon on him. He should be a junior from a large tribe who came out to gain experience, right? Otherwise, why would he be so easygoing? The few demonic creatures discussed with lingering fear, then looked indifferently at the flesh and blood on the ground. That pool of flesh and blood belonged to their colleague. Now that he was dead, they didn't even have the thought of reporting it. If their superiors found out that they had almost offended a demon, they would probably have their heads chopped off and sent to the other party as an apology. They weren't that stupid. After Ning Chi entered Ghost Demon City, he found that the people walking in the city were basically demonic creatures. However, the intelligence of these demonic creatures was higher than the ones he had encountered in the Azure Demon Forest. The demonic creatures in Ghost Demon City came in different shapes. Some looked like round meatballs. These demonic creatures had slightly lower intelligence. The closer they were to humans, the higher their intelligence. Ning Chi even saw many demonic creatures that looked almost identical to humans. When they talked, their tones were similar to Ning Chi's. When the nearby demonic creatures saw them, they would show a trace of respect on their faces. Ning Chi glanced at their attributes and found that they didn't belong to the category of demonic creatures. The attribute panel showed that they were demons, and their level was still none. After half a day, Ning Chi had a basic understanding of Ghost Demon City. The transactions here were conducted using something called magic crystals. They were the size of a fingernail, sparkling and translucent, and there were traces of blood swimming inside. The more blood traces there were, the higher the quality of the magic crystal, and the more things one could buy with it. Ning Chi took out some gadgets from his spatial bag and exchanged them for some magic crystals. Then he saw a restaurant on the side of the road and directly walked in. Different from the central continent, the restaurants in the immortal prison were more like buffets. You could directly use magic crystals to exchange for all kinds of food and drinks at the counter, and then place them on the table to eat. When Ningqi entered, there were hundreds of demonic creatures eating heartily. Many of the food they were eating was even raw and dripping with blood. It wasn't cooked at all. Ningqi took out a magical crystal that only had a trace of blood on it, and chose the most pleasing food from the counter that looked definitely cooked. He then picked a table and sat down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several pairs of large eyes stared at Ningqi. There were already 3 demonic creatures sitting at this table, and they clearly knew each other. When they saw Ningqi suddenly sit down, they were stunned for a moment, and then emitted a murderous intent. "What are you looking at?" Ningqi smiled faintly. When these demonic creatures heard Ningqi's tone, the murderous intent in their eyes immediately disappeared without a trace, and they revealed a trace of fear as they looked at Ningqi, not knowing what to do. "Looks like this world has a very clear division of ranks," Ningqi thought to himself. This Lord Demon, is there something you need the 3 of us to help you with?" Among the 3 demonic creatures, the one with the strongest aura was obviously the boss, so he mustered up his courage and asked while trembling with fear. He looked at Ningqi with a trace of respect in his eyes. "What can I need your help with?" Ningqi had a faint look of disdain in his eyes. However, such an attitude seemed very normal to the 3 of them. Not only were they not angry, but they were even more fearful. "However, I think the 3 of you are more pleasing to the eye. If I ask you a few questions and you can answer them, you can follow me in the future." Ningqi said faintly. Chapter 1872. Chapter 1872. The Devil's Nostrils, Sir Demon. Ask away. The 3 demons were overjoyed. They hadn't expected this demon to recruit them as servants. This was like a pie falling from the sky. First question. "What are your names?" Ningqi asked calmly. "This demon lord wants to test our intelligence." The 3 of them suddenly realized that when the devil race recruited demonic beings as servants, most of the time they indeed looked at their intelligence first before looking at their cultivation. After figuring this out, the 3 of them were even more convinced that Ningqi wanted to recruit them as his servants, and they all rushed to introduce themselves. "Duo Lu, Duo Gu, Duo Xiao? What kind of lousy names are those?" Ningqi frowned, then pointed at the demon with the strongest aura. "Duo Lu, you're the leader of the 3 of you, right? Let me test you first. In our world, what is the strongest demon's cultivation, and what are the strongest factions?" Duo Lu had thought that Ningqi would test him with difficult questions and had prepared himself for failure. He hadn't expected Ningqi's questions to be so simple. He was startled. Seeing Ningqi frown, Duo Lu hurriedly said, "Sir Demon, I know this question. The strongest demon is a peak sky demon, and the strongest factions should be the 3 great tribes, right? But some of the great cities are also very strong, with sky demons guarding them. What about those below sky demons?" Ningqi asked calmly. I know. It's earth demons." Duo Gu quickly answered. He was afraid that Ningqi would ask all the simple questions and leave the difficult ones for him. "Below earth demons are human demons." Duo Xiao quickly answered. Ningqi looked at the 2 strangely. Their intelligence didn't seem to be as low as it seemed. They even knew how to strike first. Then the realms here should be human demons, earth demons, and sky demons. Since there are peak existences, there are naturally early, middle, and late stages. This corresponds to the immortal continent. But because this is only a fragment, the strongest are only sky demons. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. Following that, he asked about information about the 3 major tribes and the giant cities. Perhaps Ningqi's questions were all common knowledge, as Duo Lu and the other 2 answered perfectly, telling him everything Ningqi wanted to know in full detail. The immortal prison was mainly divided by tribes, similar to sections. There were a total of 3 strongest tribes, each with a heavenly devil, a dozen earth devils, and hundreds of human devils. Apart from these tribes, there were also other tribes that were a grade lower, and so on. Apart from the tribes, there were also many demons who didn't want to join the tribes. They built their own giant cities. The most powerful giant cities also had sky demon existences. The weakest giant cities were like Ghost Demon City. The city Lord Ghost Demon was an early human demon existence. Ghost Demon City was his territory. At the same time, the immortal prison was also divided into 2 camps. One was the native devil clan, who claimed to be the orthodox devil clan. The other camp was actually formed by various devil clans that had been transformed by devil chi. The strongest among them was a heavenly devil. Of course, in this camp, there were more descendants of those who had been transformed into devil clans. Ning Chi felt that if he wanted to find the whereabouts of Mystic Truth and the others, the clues might lie in this camp. Mystic Truth and the others had already been in the immortal prison for thousands of years. Sir Demon, are our answers to your satisfaction? Duo Xiao asked carefully, anticipation in his eyes. Your answers are not bad. Follow me from now on. Ning Chi said calmly. Thank you, Sir Demon. The 3 were overjoyed. Then they hesitated. Duo Xiao was a little braver and asked in a low voice, May I know which tribe and clan you are from, Sir Demon? How should we address you in the future? You can call me Sir Beixian. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Beixian? A sliver of doubt flashed across the eyes of the 3 of them. From what they could remember, they had never heard of the existence of this tribe or this clan. My clan has been declining for a long time. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, given your intelligence. Ning Chi's eyes turned cold. The 3 didn't dare to say anything. Beixian, is there such a clan in this world? A doubtful voice sounded. The tone was very similar to Ning Chi's. Ning Chi looked over and saw a female devil race walking in. She stopped in front of Ning Chi and looked at him curiously. This female devil race's appearance was no different from a human's. The only difference was that her ears were slightly pointed, and there was a light blue mark between her eyebrows. Duo Xiao and the other 2 looked terrified when they saw the female demon. They hurriedly stood up and looked at Ning Chi and the female demon, not knowing what to do. When Ning Chi saw this, he was quite disappointed with the 3 of them. However, he had only accepted these 3 guys because he wanted to have a few more helpers here. Not hearing of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Ning Chi said calmly. That makes sense. I'm Yugu. What's your name? The female demon smiled at Ning Chi. Beixian, Ning Chi said. You're named after your clan? It looks like you want to revitalize your clan. Yugu grinned at Ning Chi. Junior sister, what are you doing here? Master told us to quickly welcome the Lingshu tribes, Lingshu Ze Duo. If we're late, who knows what the Lingshu tribe will do? A male demon walked in and came to Yugu's side with a frown. His cold gaze swept across Ning Chi. Ning Chi seemed to feel a trace of hostility from him. There was a blue mark on his forehead that was similar to Yugu's. His ears were slightly pointed, but his nose seemed to have no bridge. There were only 2 nostrils, which looked extremely strange. As if sensing that Ning Chi was looking at his nose, the male demon snorted and stared at Ning Chi. What are you looking at? Your nostrils. Ning Chi smiled. How dare you? The male demon's eyes suddenly surged with anger. Duo Xiao and the other 2 trembled in fear. They wanted to remind Ning Chi that these 2 were the disciples of the lord of this place, Ghost Demon, but they didn't dare to speak. The joy of being taken in as Ning Chi's servants had disappeared without a trace, and they began to secretly regret it. Senior brother, forget it. Let's go. He doesn't know that your nose was injured before. Yugu grinned and pulled the male demon away. Before the male demon left, he stared at Ning Chi, as if he was trying to memorize Ning Chi's appearance. I have something to do. Otherwise, I'll definitely demand an explanation from you today. Chapter 1873. Lingshu Zayflower, Master Beishian. Those two are Master Ghost Demon's direct disciples. Duo Lu asked Ning Qi with lingering fear after Jadebone and the male devil left. Are they demonic humans? Ning Qi said lightly. Well, I don't think so. The three of them looked at each other. It seemed that they had never heard of the existence of a second human demon in Ghost Demon City. Such an existence would basically go out and build a new giant city. Why would they still stay in Ghost Demon City? Since it's not a demonic human, what are you afraid of? Do you think that I am not strong enough and am not a match for them? Ning Qi said lightly. This, Duo Lu and the other two smiled embarrassedly as a trace of agreement flashed across their eyes. Clearly, they did not think that Ning Qi was a match for the Jadebone duo, although there was no detailed division of levels before they broke through to the human devils, and they basically judged a person's strength by their aura. The strength of the two masters who were at the human devil level was naturally not to be underestimated. Ning Qi was just a descendant of a declining clan. Wasn't it obvious who was stronger and who was weaker? The three of them were proud of themselves for having such an intelligent judgment. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the door. Duo Lu and the other two hurriedly followed. Since they were now Ning Qi's servants, they would naturally follow their lord wherever he went. However, the moment the three of them stepped out, a strange voice rang out. Yo, if it isn't Duo Lu and his brothers. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks. When Duo Lu and the other two heard this voice, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at the newcomer with some fear. The one who had spoken was a demonic creature. It had the body of a powerful lion, but the head of a human. It was around 3 meters tall, much taller than Ning Qi and the other three. At that moment, it was staring down at Duo Lu and the others from above. A bloodthirsty look appeared in its eyes. On its forelegs, dark green flames burned. 2 extremely sharp fangs protruded from its upper lip, almost at the same level as its chin. Lion, what do you want? Duo Lu and the other two coldly stared at the lion-bodied devil. Ha ha ha. Back then, when the three of you ganged up on me in the Azure Demon Forest, I still remember it clearly. Although it's been a few decades, I still think about you all day and night. I never imagined that I would be able to reunite with you all in Ghost Demon City today. It's really fate. Sure let out a cold laugh and looked at Duo Lu and the others as if they were dead. Ning Qi looked at him and then at Duo Lu and the others. It was obvious that Shure's strength was more profound than the three of them. He was about the same as the 2 personal disciples of Lord Ghost Demon. With Duo Lu and the others' strength, they had actually besieged this lion-bodied monster? You, how did you become so much stronger? Duo Lu suddenly realized this, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Duo Gu and Duo Xiao stared at him warily, afraid that he would suddenly launch a sneak attack. At the same time, they were shocked that Shure's cultivation had increased so much in just a few decades. That's because I met a Lord Demon. Now I'm his mount. The 3 of you, quickly kneel down and accept your death, lest my lord sees the 3 of you. When that happens, it won't be so easy even if you want to die. Shure smiled proudly. Lord Demon Duo Lu and the other 2 stared at Shure in shock. They never thought that he would be so lucky to actually become the mount of a Lord Demon. Then they also remembered that the 3 of them seemed to have become the servants of a Lord Demon. At this thought, the 3 of them hurriedly hid behind Ning Qi. Lord Beishian, Lord Beishian. Shure glanced at Ning Qi strangely, a trace of fear flashing across his eyes. Basically, only demons had the right to be addressed as lord by a demonic creature. Although there was a misunderstanding between the 2 of you, there were no casualties on either side. Why don't we just forget about this? Ning Qi smiled faintly. His aristocratic tone instantly caused a trace of fear to appear in Yin Shi's eyes. Then he glared fiercely at Duo Lu and the other two. He never thought that these three fellows had also found a backer from the demon race. It seemed that they were really unlucky today. There was no hope of revenge. Thinking of this, Yin Shi grinned and said to Ning Qi, "Since this Lord Demon is willing to plead for the three of them, I, Yin Shi, have to give him face. Sorry for disturbing you just now. Goodbye." A trace of disappointment flashed across the eyes of the demonic creatures who had been standing nearby and watching. They had thought that they would be able to see a fight. To them, fighting on a daily basis was just a way to adjust their lives. What a pity. "I'm afraid we can't just let this matter go like this." A faint voice came from behind them. Yin Shi looked up and his eyes were filled with surprise. He immediately jogged to the person who spoke. "Lord Zhe Duo." Duo Lu and the other two couldn't help but tremble when they saw the person who had come. They saw a gloomy young demon standing in front of Yin Shi. His aura was unfathomable, and beside him stood a man and a woman. They were the personal disciples of Lord Ghost Demon that they had just met. Behind them was a group of demonic creatures with auras stronger than Yin Shi. There were about 50 of them. At this moment, the male demon was looking at Ning Qi with a cold smile. From Ning Qi's perspective, the strength of Duo Lu and the other two was far from the first demonic creature he had met here. The Cyclops demon was at most on par with a third or fourth tribulation creator. This Yin Shi's strength was on par with a fifth tribulation creator. Lord Zhe Duo, Jade Bones, and the hostile male demon were a level higher, on par with an eighth tribulation creator. The group of demonic creatures behind them was stronger than Yin Shi, but they weren't at the immortal king level. "He's my mount. Since your three servants have offended him, hand over their heads." Lingshu Zhe Duo looked at Ning Qi calmly. Yin Shi's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. Jade Bones frowned slightly, but her senior brother, the male demon, was looking at Ning Qi mockingly. The demonic creatures nearby were excited when they saw this. This was a conflict between the lords of the demon race. They loved to see this kind of scene. Lord Bei Xian, Wei, Duo Lu, and the other two trembled even more violently. They didn't expect the master of Yin Shi to not even give face to Lord Bei Xian of the demon race. For a mount, he would offend Lord Bei Xian and take their heads? But the three of them didn't know that the other party's goal might not even be to take their heads. "Your Yin Shi has also offended my three servants. Hand over its head as well." Chapter 1874. "What the hell did you say?" Lingshu Zhe Duo was slightly startled, as if he couldn't believe what Ning Qi had just said. His face showed a trace of doubt. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "Your mount has offended my three servants. Give me its head and we'll forget about today's matter. What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "This guy, which tribe of demons is he from? Doesn't he know who the one in front of him is?" The demonic creatures nearby looked at Ning Qi with some surprise. At this moment, perhaps because there were too many demonic creatures gathered here, it attracted some of the other devil race. When they saw the Lingshu Zhe flower, their expressions changed and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Lingshu tribe was the strongest tribe within a radius of 10 million miles. In the tribe, there was an existence of earth demon level. Why did the demons of Lingshu tribe come to Ghost Demon City? Lord Ghost Demon even sent his two personal disciples to personally receive them. Is Ghost Demon City going to become a vassal city of Lingshu tribe? If that's the case, I'll have to think about it carefully. Make way. At this time, a total of 3 waves of demons rushed over. They pushed aside the people around them and squeezed in front of Lingshu Zhe Duo with a flattering smile on their faces. "Are you the envoy of Lingshu tribe?" "We are the elders of the 3 major families of Ghost Demon City." "Greetings, Lord Envoy." "Hey, even Huafeng family Qing Gui family and Zhao Zhe family are here. It seems that the status of this envoy of Lingshu tribe is not low. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the devils and demonic creatures in the vicinity when they saw these 3 waves of devils. In Ghost Demon City, the strongest was Lord Ghost Demon. However, apart from Lord Ghost Demon, there were also 3 major clans. They were the backbone of Ghost Demon City. Basically, most of the devils that could be seen in Ghost Demon City belonged to these 3 major clans. It was said that these 3 major clans also had Earth Devil level existences a long time ago. However, due to various reasons, they had declined. Lingshu Zhe Duo glanced at the elders of the 3 major families and nodded faintly. Then his gaze fell on Ningqi. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the heads of the 3 of them. The words of Lingshu, tribe, always count. Where did this demon come from? He looks unfamiliar. It seems that he has offended the envoy of Lingshu tribe. This is an opportunity. The elder of the Zhao's clan suddenly thought of something and shouted at Ningqi. Which tribe of the devil clan are you from? Don't you know that the envoy is from Lingshu tribe? Then he walked toward Ningqi and reached out to grab Ningqi's neck. In Ningqi's eyes, the cultivation of these 3 clan elders was no different from the ordinary 9 tribulations creator in the central continent. It seems that even though there are human demons, earth and sky demons, there are even more demons who have not reached the 2nd step. I didn't expect Lord Beixian to pay such a huge price for us. The Zhao Zhe family's position in their hearts was actually much higher than Ningqi's. After all, the 3 of them had never heard of the Beixian family, while the Zhao Zhe family had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, to them, Ningqi was fighting the strong with the weak for their sake. Ugh! The elder of the Zhao Zhe family squeezed Ningqi's neck tightly, but Ningqi had a calm smile on his face. On the other hand, the elder of the Zhao Zhe family was out of breath, and his face gradually turned blue. A look of surprise flashed across Lingshu Zhe Duo's eyes. Jade Bone and the male devil standing beside him also looked at Ningqi with a hint of shock. His strength was actually above the elder of the Zhao Zhe family. As expected of a demon, this strength is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary 9 calamity creator in the central mainland. If we really fight, it's equivalent to an existence on the level of the 9 nether demon sovereign. Ningqi thought to himself. He subconsciously increased his strength, and then with a snap the elder's neck was directly broken by Ningqi and hung to the side. However, this kind of injury was not enough to kill him. At most, it was a light injury. With a light flick, the elder of the Zhao Zhe family was thrown into the crowd like a rag doll. The nearby demonic creatures hurriedly dodged. With a loud bang, the elder of the Zhao Zhe family fell heavily to the ground. In the next moment, he immediately straightened his head with both hands and reconnected his broken bones. He looked at Ningqi with fear in his eyes. When the elders of the Huafeng clan and the Green Ghost clan saw this scene, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in their eyes. In Ghost Demon City, the 3 clans were like fire and water. Today, they came together completely because of the name of the Spirit Void tribe. Otherwise, when the devils of the 3 clans saw each other, they would fight no matter what. Now that they saw the elder of the Early Star clan being defeated by Ningqi, they naturally felt very happy. However, the strength that Ningqi displayed made the 2 of them feel solemn. To be able to easily defeat the elder of the Zhao Zhe family, it meant that his strength had reached the peak below the demonic humans. This was an existence that could possibly become a demonic human. Duo Lu and the other 2 looked at this scene in disbelief. It was only when they heard the nearby demonic creatures gasp that the 3 of them reacted. They gasped in unison, and their eyes were filled with surprise. This Lord Beixian was actually so strong. Even the elder of the Zhao Zhe family, one of the 3 major families, was no match for him. The way the demons and demonic creatures looked at Ningqi also changed. The demon race respected the strong the most. Naturally, This was when there was no enmity between the two sides. I have never heard of the Bei Xian family. Where did this person come from? The male devil standing next to Jade Bone stared at Ning Qi with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Then he glanced at the spirit void Zephyr Flower, who also happened to be looking at him. The male devil clearly saw a trace of displeasure in the spirit void Zephyr Flower's eyes and suddenly felt a little uneasy. He regretted deliberately provoking the spirit void Zephyr Flower to teach the other party a lesson. Have you thought it through? Ning Qi's gaze fell on the spirit hollow Zhe Duo. How dare you? The male demon felt that if he did not stand up now, he would completely offend the spirit hollow Zhe Duo. So, he shouted angrily and stared at Ning Qi. Don't forget whose territory you are in. This is your territory. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. No, the other party was stunned. Then what the hell are you talking about? Chapter 1875. The clan shall not be disgraced you. The male demon seemed to have never met a contestant like Ning Qi who was so talkative. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer and could only stomp his feet in anger. Senior brother, Gongzi Zhe Duo, this is just a small misunderstanding. This Gongzi Beixian is just like us. We're all disciples of the same clan. There's no need to fight to the death. Why don't we just let it go? Jade Bone smiled at Ning Qi before looking at Lingshu Zhe Duo and said with a smile, For the sake of Miss Jade Bone, I'll overlook this matter. Lingshu Zhe Duo said calmly. The other party was stronger than him. If he were to continue this confrontation, even if he could get Devil to help him, he would definitely lose face. He might as well let the Jade Bones give him a way out and let this matter pass. He would wait for an opportunity in the future to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered today. Long Zhe family elders saw that Ling Su Zhe Duo was afraid, so he naturally wouldn't jump out and embarrass himself. The male demon's eyes were filled with endless anger. Before everyone left, he looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Bei Xian? I've never heard of this clan before. It should be some unranked clan, right? Pa! Ning Qi moved and appeared directly in front of the male devil, slapping him in the face. The male devil suddenly flew into the sky, turned into an arc, and smashed into a nearby shop. At the same time, several broken teeth with blood fell from the sky and fell to the ground. When the elders of the three clans saw this, they subconsciously surrounded Ning Qi. Lingshu Zhe Duo's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Jade Bone patted her head, helplessly. Her senior brother knew that he was not as good as Ning Qi, so he should have just left. Why did he have to mock others? No one can insult the clan behind me. You want to stand up for him? Bring it on. Ning Qi said lightly. Everyone was slightly stunned. Then they looked at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. They suddenly remembered that it was indeed that guy who insulted the other party's clan first. There were many taboos in the demon clan. The clan could not be insulted. It had always been a recognized rule in the demon clan. If it was them, they would have directly killed him just now. Thinking of this, Lingshu Zhe Duo looked deeply at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Other than Jade Bone, who stayed behind to carry her senior brother out of the pile of ruins. Even the elders of the three clans had no intention to stand up for the male devil, even though he was the strongest here, Lord Devil's personal disciple. After being slapped by Ning Qi, the male demon's face swelled up, causing his nostrils to expand. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut. No one knew if he had really fainted or if he was pretending to save face. Before Jade Bone carried him away, she looked at Ning Qi apologetically. When Jade Bone carried him away, she looked at Ning Qi apologetically. Young Master Bei Xian, this matter should be because of me. Senior brother likes me a little. When he saw me talking to you, he was jealous. That's why he provoked Master Zhe Duo to teach you a lesson. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Jade Bone smiled bitterly and carried her senior brother to chase after Lingshu Zhe Duo and the others. When the demons present saw this scene, they looked at Ning Chi with a trace of fear in their eyes. In front of the envoy of the Lingshu tribe and the elders of the 3 clans, he slapped the personal disciple of Lord Devil. This courage really shocked them. "Thank you, Lord Beixian, for standing up for us 3 brothers today." Duo Lu and the other 2 knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Originally, they only planned to follow Ning Chi and see if there were any benefits. But now, they sincerely regarded Ning Chi as their master. After all, he was able to offend the Lingshu tribe, and even the personal disciple of Lord Devil for the sake of 3 extremely ordinary demons. Where could they find such a master? "Get up." Ning Chi glanced at the 3 indifferently and turned to leave. The 3 hurriedly got up and followed. "Damn it. I, Enris, will definitely take revenge for this." In the hand of the jade bone, the fainted male demon's face twitched slightly. His eyes opened a slit, revealing a boundless killing intent. Ever since he became the direct disciple of Lord Ghost Demon, he had never suffered such humiliation. With his vengeful nature, how could he endure it? Once, before he became the personal disciple of Lord Devil, all the enemies he had offended were all killed by Enris. Even those who had casually scolded him were not spared. "Lord Envoy, the reason you came to Ghost Demon City this time is for that matter, right? Do you think the 3 clans have a chance to help you?" The elders of the Huafeng, Qinggue, and Zhao Zhe families finally couldn't help but ask Lingshu Zhe Duo. Enris, who was held in Jade Bone's hand, immediately pricked up his ears. "Since your family is also interested in this matter, I naturally won't stop you," Lingshu Zhe Duo said faintly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, that place is extremely dangerous, and it might not open at this time. So this time, the tribe sent me alone to investigate. If there is no harvest, or if there is any accident, don't blame my Spirit Void tribe." How could that be? The fact that Lord Envoy allowed us to enter that place together is already a great gift from the heavens. "We are not ingrates," the 3 elders hurriedly said. "That's good." Lingshu Zhe Duo smiled faintly, then looked at Jade Bone. "Miss Jade Bone, is Lord Devil here?" "Master Zhe Duo, Master is in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to meet guests for the time being." Jade Bone smiled apologetically. Lingshu Zhe Duo's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible coldness. Seclusion? What a joke! It was obvious that she looked down on him and was unwilling to meet him. "Human devil, one day I will also become a human devil." Lingshu Zhe Duo's eyes flashed sharply. "You have been in Ghost Demon City for so many years. Have you heard of the Central Mainland?" Ning Chi asked casually. Duo Lu and the other 2 behind him were slightly startled, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. Seeing this, Ning Chi probed the 3 of them with a few words, only to discover that the 3 of them had not heard of the Central Mainland at all. Because the Central Mainland was not the only world that was connected to the immortal prison. This place was only a fragment after all. The space here was unstable. For a long time, there would be all kinds of existences that would enter inexplicably and then be demonized. Therefore, the cultivators of the Central Mainland knew of the immortal prison, but the demons and monsters in the immortal prison did not know of the existence of the Central Mainland. Or rather, they did not care about the Central Mainland at all. Lingshu tribe is the largest tribe here. Do you know why Lingshu Zhe Duo came to Ghost Demon City just now? Ning Chi asked again. Chapter 1876. Solicitation Duo Lu seemed to want to keep Ning Chi in suspense and act mysteriously. But when Ning Chi glared at him, he immediately said, "Lord Beixian, there is a cursed demonic land in the Azure Demon Forest 3,000 miles north of Ghost Demon City. I heard that a demon expert who was about to become a sky demon fell there and left behind endless demonic chi and treasures. At the very beginning, some demons discovered this place. They were wild with joy and rushed into the demon land. In the end, on the second day, all of them died without exception. Rumor has it that it was the curse of the demon expert before he died. However, as more and more people came to this devil land, an expert of the devil race discovered that every 100 years the curse in the devil land would disappear for a period of time. The length of time was uncertain, maybe a day, maybe 10 days, maybe a year, maybe 10 years. The envoy of the Spirit Void tribe should have come to see if the curse had disappeared. If it had disappeared, then the geniuses of the Spirit Void tribe would all rush over. Counting the time, it has been more than 100 years since the curse disappeared. Endless demonic energy? A treasure? Ning Chi's eyes lit up. What he needed the most right now was devil chi. Immortal chi could not be used in this place due to the rules of the heavenly Tao. If Ning Chi wanted to break through, he would have to rely on devil chi. If what Duo Lu said was true, he needed to find out what was going on and find an opportunity. Duo Lu, will those human demons and earth demons also come here? Ning Chi asked. Duo Lu and the others had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. However, when they saw that Ning Chi was sizing them up with a faint smile, they suddenly realized that Lord Beixian was testing them again. Duo Gu spoke first. Lord Beixian, when the demonic land first appeared, it was indeed able to attract human demons and even earth demons. Rumor has it that even the 3 great tribe masters, the overlords of the major cities, and even sky demons have come here. But as time passed, the treasures in the demonic land have almost all been excavated, and the demonic chi has also become very weak. For the current human demons, it is not very attractive, but for the demons and demons who have yet to break through to human demons, it is a holy land. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Then I'll give the 3 of you a mission. Go to the demonic land and keep watch. When the curse is gone, immediately come back and report to me. Duo Lu and the other 2 were shocked and said awkwardly, Lord Beixian, the demonic land has actually been divided up by the major tribes. Within the Spirit Void tribe's sphere of influence, no cultivator is allowed to enter the demonic land without the tribe's permission. Even other forces that are on par with the Spirit Void tribe have to go through them to gain the right to enter the demonic land. No wonder those family elders are trying to please Spirit Void Zaiduo. A trace of coldness flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. If I tell you to go, then go. Don't tell me you can't even do such a small thing. When the time comes, you don't have to think of a way to obtain the qualifications to enter. Don't you want to enter the devil's land to take a look? Of course. Duo Lu and the other 2 exclaimed inwardly. Thinking of the extraordinary strength Ning Chi had just displayed, the 3 of them were instantly filled with anticipation. Perhaps Lord Beixian really had a way to obtain the qualifications. Didn't Spirit Void Zaiduo just lose to him? The 3 of them nodded excitedly and said to Ning Chi, then Lord Beixian, will go and keep an eye on them. Go. Ning Chi waved his hand. Young Lord Beixian. As soon as Duo Lu and the other 2 left, a female demon dressed in purple walked out from a corner of the street. Her aura was comparable to jade bones. Ning Chi glanced at her attributes, and his eyes flickered slightly. Duo Lu and the other 2 had said that apart from the 3 major tribes and several large cities, there were also 2 different camps among these forces. One was the local aboriginals who claimed to be purebred demons, and the other was the demons who had been transformed into demons. Including their descendants, they were all considered to be in the same camp. This camp had a special name, heterogeneous demons. This purple-robed devilish woman was a member of the variant devilish race. What's the matter? Ning Chi looked at the female demon in purple indifferently. Well, I accidentally overheard the conversation between Lord Beixian and his subordinates. Is Lord Beixian planning to explore the devil's land? Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Chi with a grin. Her gaze seemed casual, but in fact she was wholeheartedly sizing up Ning Chi, as if trying to determine his true strength. That's right, I have the same intention. May I know what this has to do with you? Ning Qi said indifferently. Lord Beixian, why don't you join my team? We have already obtained the authorization of the Spirit Void tribe and have the qualifications to enter the Devil's Land. Just now, there was some friction between Spirit Void Zaiduo and Lord Beixian. If she speaks ill of Lord Beixian behind his back, I'm afraid that the Spirit Void tribe will not agree to let you and your subordinates enter the Devil's Land. Zi Qingyue smiled. Oh, since you know that I had some friction with Spirit Void Zaiduo, aren't you afraid of being implicated by me? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. You must be joking, Child Beixian. He's just a spirit hollow Zayflower. He doesn't have the right to go against us. Every member of my team is a heaven's prodigy from different tribes. Any one of them is not someone the spirit hollow Zayflower can afford to offend. Isn't it the same for you? With Spirit Void Zay duo strength, I'm afraid that she can't even withstand 3 moves from Lord Beixian. Zi Qingyue smiled. Tell me about your team. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Zi Qingyue's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Lord Beixian, please come with me. She led Ning Qi to a restaurant at the corner of the street and came to one of the private rooms on the 2nd floor. From the window here, they could see the scene of Ning Qi and Spirit Void Zay Duo just now. In the private room, in addition to Zi Qingyue and Ning Qi, there were also 5 men and women of the demon clan, 2 women and 3 men. The 2 women of the demon clan looked at Ning Qi with interest, while the 3 men of the demon clan seemed to be not very welcoming of Ning Qi's arrival. There was a hint of hostility in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. No matter in which aspect, the emotions of the demon clan are many times greater than those of the human clan. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are demons. However, if there is a demon who wholeheartedly does good, wouldn't it have a kinder heart than the great benefactors of the human clan? Chapter 1877. Moonbreak Squad. Everyone, this is Child Beixian. Child Beixian, let me introduce you. Zi Qingyue introduced the names and tribes of the 3 men and 2 women with a smile. Although Ning Qi had already checked the attributes of the 5 devils when he just entered the box, one of them was called Christy, and the other was called Zi Qingxing. The former was from the Brahma tribe, which was said to be suppressed by an earth demon. The latter was Zi Qingyue's biological sister, but she didn't look as mature as Zi Qingyue. There should be a big age gap between them. They were from the Void Sea tribe, which was also suppressed by an earth demon. The 3 men were from a tribe similar to Christie's. Their names were Zuan, Willis, and Dablu. Zuan was considered a handsome and dignified existence among the demons. His enmity towards Ning Qi was the deepest. Willis seemed to have a good relationship with him. His enmity came second, and the one with the least enmity was Dabro. It seemed that his enmity towards Ning Qi was not intentional, but more like the natural enmity between 2 males who did not know each other suddenly meeting. Gongzi Beixian, none of the members of the Broken Moon Squad are lower than Ling Su Zai Duo. Do you still think he can affect our qualification to enter the demonic land? The prodigies of the Spirit Void tribe that came this time will not be stupid enough to go against us at the same time. Zi Qingyue smiled. Qingyue, there are 6 of us in the Broken Moon Squad, so we can use the formation that we just got. We must have gained something from this trip to the Devil Land. Why do we need to find another? A nobody, a guy I've never even heard of before? Zuan said calmly. Zi Qingyue glanced at him, smiled apologetically at Ning Qi, and then explained with a smile. According to the news I got, there will be 3 more teams entering the Devil Land this time, namely Yama, Immature Devil, and Xiaoyu. Hiss! Everyone gasped, especially Zuan. When he heard the names of the 3 teams, his face turned green. So, do you know why I invited Prince Beixian to join us? A hint of ridicule flashed in Zi Qingyue's eyes. Big sister, why did Yama, Immature Devil, and Dawn Moon's teams come together at the same time? Every single one of them wants nothing more than to torture and kill all of us. Could it be that they're looking for an opportunity to attack us in the demonic land? Zi Qingxing said. That's right. According to my guess, they should have already joined hands in secret. Perhaps they have some sort of deal with the Spirit Void tribe. Otherwise, the Spirit Void tribe wouldn't have allowed these 3 teams to have the qualifications to enter the demon land at once. Zi Qingyue said lightly, using me as a shield, but to say it out so calmly it's… Ningqi looked at Zi Qingyue strangely. Young Master Beixian, can you temporarily join the Moonbreaking Squad? That way, you'll have the right to enter the demonic land. As long as you stand out and threaten the other 3 squads when they're about to attack us, it'll be fine. Zi Qingyue looked at Ningqi. This time Zhuan didn't look at Ningqi with hostility because he knew that with Ningqi's strength that could easily defeat the Zeo's clan's elder. Yama, Immature Devil, and Dawn Moon's teams did indeed need to be wary. You should have said those words behind my back. Now that I know you want to use me as a shield, do you think I will agree to your request? Ningqi smiled. This is a kind of deal. Since it's a deal, both sides naturally have to be clear. If there's any concealment, it can't be called a deal, right? Zi Qingyue said with a smile. Well, it's settled then. When the time comes, I'll only be responsible for threatening them. If you want me to fight to the death, I won't do it. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Zi Qingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Christy and Zi Qingxing were a little too enthusiastic towards Ningqi, which made Willis and Dabulu secretly jealous. From time to time, they glanced at Ningqi with murderous eyes, but when Ningqi looked at them, they quickly retracted their gazes. You said that the guy named Beixian is with the Moonbreaking Squad? They knew each other before? And Gus's eyes were full of murderous intent. In front of him stood a demonic creature less than a foot tall. It was humanoid with a pair of fleshy wings and a trident tail. Its big eyes were disproportionate to its small head, and it was staring at Gus. Master, shouldn't we make preparations? The Moonbreaking Squad's target is obviously the Devil Land. We can set up an ambush there and kill that guy to avenge Master. The little demonic creature let out a sharp voice, and its big eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Looking at its expression, it was likely that its hands were stained with countless blood. Are you an idiot? Every member of the Moonbreaking Squad is not weaker than Lingshu Ze Duo. You want to kill them? You're trying to get me killed. And Gus was so angry that he slapped the little demonic creature into minced meat. But in the blink of an eye, the minced meat seemed to have been pumped up, and it slowly puffed up and returned to its original shape. The little demonic creature looked at Gus with a face full of fear, and it dared not come up with any bad ideas. Go and pass this news to Lingshu Ze Duo, but be tactful. Don't let him know that it's my idea. As for the Moonbreaking Squad, keep an eye on them, and report to me immediately if anything happens. And Gus said coldly. The little demonic creature nodded. Yes, Master. Ningqi stayed in Ghost Demon City for a whole month. He wanted to use this month's time to go to the top cultivation training ground to train and temper his body. But he was embarrassed to find that there was not a trace of demonic qi in the top cultivation training ground. And in the dragon slaying mall, items that could gather demonic qi together and release it in one go were all sold at sky-high prices. With Ningqi's current dragon slaying crystals, he could not afford them at all. But even if he cultivated in the inn for a month, the demonic qi in Ningqi's body had increased a lot, and the strength of his body had increased a lot. But Ningqi was not satisfied with this kind of progress. He had to find a way to increase his cultivation speed. Master Beixian. One day, Duo Lu and the other 2 hurriedly found Ningqi with a hint of ecstasy on their faces. But when they saw that Ningqi was accompanied by 6 people from the demon race, their voices immediately became softer and their lips moved. They did not know if they should tell them the news they had obtained. Let's go, Ningqi said lightly. Zi Qingyue had already received the news that the curse of the Devil Land had disappeared. As for how she got the news, it was nothing more than using human lives to fill in the gap. She threw low-level demonic creatures into the Devil Land and saw if they would suddenly die the next day. Duo Lu looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Master Beixian, where are we going? Naturally, the Devil Land. Ning Qi smiled. Master Beixian has received the news? Chapter 1878. The True Talents of the Lingshu Tribe. This is the demonic land? In front of them, there was an area shrouded in demonic qi that stretched for miles. Even with Ning Qi's cultivation, he could only see through about 300 zhang of the demonic qi mist. That's right, young Master Beixian. This is the demonic land. With your cultivation, you should be able to see through the mist, right? Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Christy, Zi Qingxing, and Zuan subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. 300 zhang? So this was their limit. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. More or less. Zi Qingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of as expected. 100 feet was already the limit of the heavens chosen that she knew. Even the true heavens chosen of the Spirit Void tribe, such as Spirit Void Zio's eldest brother Spirit Void Wutian and second brother Spirit Void Close Reach, could only see a distance of 100 feet. In the past, there would only be a dozen or so geniuses like this. They were the closest to the demonic humans and had a high chance of becoming demonic humans experts. Isn't it just 300 zhang? I wonder if it's real. Zuan muttered to himself. Willis and Dabu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Even if this person was an elder of the 3 major families of Ghost Demon City, he might not be able to see through the demonic qi mist, right? The 3 elders could at most see through 900 zhang. Duo Lu and the other 2 stood behind Ning Qi. Seeing Ning Qi personally admit that he could see through the 1,000 zhang thick fog, their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that they had actually become the followers of a peak devil race second only to the human devil race? At this moment, there were many demons gathered near the demonic land. These demons came from all directions. Only a few of them belonged to the forces of Ghost Demon City. They were all sizing each other up, trying to see who could pose a threat to them. Many demons were slightly stunned when they saw Zi Qingyue and the others. Fear flashed in their eyes. The Breaking Moon team was quite famous in this area because the members of the team came from tribes that were as famous as the Lingshu tribe. This was very rare among the teams. Miss Qingyue, are we not going in now? Ning Qi smiled. Before Zi Qingyue could speak, Zuan said sarcastically, Young Master Beixian, it seems that you really know nothing about the demonic land. Every time the curse disappears, you have to experiment for 3 days to be sure. Just as he finished speaking, there were indeed many devils flying through the air, throwing all kinds of devils into the devilish land. These devils howled miserably as they rushed out, not because there was danger in the devilish land, but because they were afraid that the curse of the devilish land had not disappeared yet. As soon as they came out, they would be controlled by the devils who had brought them here. Only after waiting for the next day did everyone heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the curse had truly disappeared this time, but as for when it would appear again, it was hard to say. The forces of Ghost Demon City are here. A group of black shadows appeared in the sky. When the devils saw this, they all looked up. When they saw Jade Bones and Enris, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. The Spirit Void tribe also arrived this time. Don't they usually only arrive on the 3rd day? Perhaps they're taking the opening of the demonic lands very seriously. If that's the case, we'll have more competitors. It's just one. What are you afraid of? On the side of Ghost Demon City, not only Jade Bones and Enris came, but the elders of the 3 major families also brought a lot of people. Including the guards brought by Lingshu Ze Duo, there were about 100 of them. Enris saw Ning Qi immediately, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. Jade Bones smiled and nodded at Ning Qi. Seeing this, Zi Qingyue said with a smile, "Young Master Beishan, it seems that Lord Ghost Demon's personal disciple, Jade Bones, has fallen in love with you." "How did you know?" Ning Qi was slightly startled. "I'm a female devil, of course I know." "Young Master Beishan, you don't seem to have noticed it?" Zi Qingyue smiled. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded lightly. He really didn't see anything special about Jade Bones' attitude towards him. At most, she was a little curious, but not fond of him. At this moment, Lingxiu Zhe Duo seemed to have seen Ning Qi as well. He walked to the front of the moonbreaking squad with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He looked at Zi Qingyue and said, "Miss Qingyue, I don't know why your moonbreaking squad suddenly has one more person." Zi Qingyue glanced at him with a faint smile. "Young Master Beishan has just joined our moonbreaking squad. I wonder if young Master Zhe Duo has any advice?" "I don't have any advice, but you have to remember one thing. I don't like this person very much. If your moonbreaking squad accepts him, I'll go back and suggest to the tribe's elders that your moonbreaking squad won't be qualified to enter the demonic lands next time. Have you thought it through?" Lingxiu Zhe Duo said, lightly. When the nearby demons heard this, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Lingxiu Zhe Duo was using his power to oppress others. Although it was a little shameful, it was the most effective way. It seems that Lingxiu Zhe Duo really hates this guy. Maybe before it's my turn to take revenge, this guy will die in his hands. It's about time for the talents of the Lingxiu tribe to arrive here, right? Endless looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and thought to himself, "Qingyue, if we offend the Lingxiu tribe because of this, I'm afraid it's not very wise. Why don't we not participate in the demonic lands this time and sell a favor to the Lingxiu tribe? We can also avoid being ambushed by the 3 squads of Yama, Immature Devil, and Dawn Moon. Why not?" Zuan said. Zi Qingyue smiled faintly, as if she didn't hear Zuan's words. She looked at Lingxiu Zhe Duo with a faint smile and said, "As far as I know, in this generation of the Lingxiu tribe, the real decision-maker should be your eldest brother Lingxiu Wutian and your second brother Lingxiu Qiyu. Lingxiu Zhe Duo are sloppy and ordinary. Can the elders of your tribe listen to your orders?" Lingxiu Zhe Duo's expression changed when he heard this. The followers standing behind him suddenly showed a trace of anger in their eyes and looked at Zi Qingyue with killing intent. Zuan's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure, and he stared at Ning Qi with hatred. In his opinion, this time for Ning Qi, they had ruthlessly destroyed the Lingxiu tribe. Jade Bone, Endless, and the elders of the 3 major families of Ghost Demon City all looked at Zi Qingyue and Ning Qi, but they didn't speak. After all, the status of the members of the Broken Moon squad in front of them was not lower than that of Lingxiu Zhe Duo. There were earth demons in the tribe. Compared to them, Ghost Demon City was really too small. "Who said that my brother's words don't count?" A loud and clear voice came from afar, and in the next moment, about 100 figures appeared in the sky above them. The real talents of the Lingxiu tribe are here. Chapter 1879. Chapter 1879. Great idiot, these 3 teams really have a deal with the Spirit Void tribe. Zi Qingxing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Zuan and the others' faces also became a little ugly, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. If they were to face any one of the teams, they would not be afraid, but the 3 teams had joined forces, and all 3 teams had a deep hatred for their moon-breaking squad, so they inevitably felt that this matter was a little tricky. Zi Qingyue sneered in her heart, looking at the newcomers. Big brother, second brother. Lingxiu Zhe Duo greeted with a somewhat ugly face, and Gus and the elders of the 3 major families all looked at the newcomers with flattering eyes. "Miss Qingyue, since when did you think that my 3rd brother has no say in the tribe? Even if the elders don't give him face, don't tell me that you won't give face to us 2 brothers?" Lingshu Zhe Duo looked at Zi Qingyue with a faint smile. When Lingshu Zhe Duo heard this, although there was a faint smile on his face, a trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it very well, and it seemed that Lingshu Zhe Duo and Lingshu Zhe Duo did not notice it. The Yama squad, the Immature Devil squad, and the Waning Moon squad, the captains of these three teams had a similar aura to Zi Qingyue. In the central mainland, they should belong to the existence of the Thunder Emperor and the others, and could be regarded as the top figures among the 8 tribulation creators. At this moment, the captains of these three teams, as well as all the members, were staring at Zi Qingyue and the others with a kind of hatred. Haha, the elders of your tribe naturally have to listen to young Master Nier's words. However, the Breaking Moon squad being able to enter the Demon Land is a decision that the elders of the various tribes and your tribe have long since discussed with the elders of your tribe. I believe that this decision is not child's play, is it? Zi Qingyue smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lingshu Zhe Duo let out a sneer. But the other party was right. This was a decision made by the elders of both sides. With his current status, he could not interfere. Young Master, the misunderstanding between young Master Zhe Duo and the Broken Moon squad isn't too deep. It's just that this kid is too despicable. He didn't give young Master Zhe Duo any face, which means he didn't give the Spirit Void tribe any face. Enris suddenly transmitted his voice and told him about the feud between Lingshu Zhe Duo and Ningqi. Of course, Enris did not talk about the fact that he was trying to sow discord. Anyway, even if the other party found out that he had been used because of Ghost Demon, Enris could not do anything about it. Really? Northern Shan Clan? A declining tribe. I've never heard of it. The expression on Nier Spirit Void's face changed slightly. He told Spirit Void Heaven exactly what Angus had told him. Then, without waiting for Spirit Void Heaven to make a decision, Nier Spirit Void sneered and looked at Ningqi. I heard that you were very disrespectful to my third brother. Damn it! Lingshu Zhe Duo's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Enris. There was no need to think too much. It must be this bastard who said too much. He probably wanted to use his second brother to teach the other party a lesson. However, Lingshu Zhe Duo did not want anyone to mention this matter again, especially in front of his second brother and eldest brother. This would make him appear very useless. If the other geniuses in the tribe heard this, they would inevitably blame him for losing face for the Spirit Void tribe. What's wrong? You want to avenge him? Ningqi smiled and said, Duo Lu and the other two were a little frightened. After all, before they followed Ningqi, their circle was at most a few stronger demonic creatures. But now they had to face the anger of the Spirit Void tribe's geniuses with Ningqi. The change was a little big, and the three were still a little unaccustomed to it. But thinking of their Master Bei Xian's ability to see through the demonic qi fog, the three relaxed a little. Even if Master Bei Xian could not defeat the other party, he should not lose, right? My third brother did not lose a single hair. It's not revenge. After all, he was not strong enough. But you indirectly humiliated my Spirit Void tribe. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Lingshu Zhe Duo grinned at Ningqi and said. Lingshu Zhe Duo slowly lowered his head and clenched his fists. A faint trace of blood seeped through his fingers. Yin Lion, who was standing beside him, saw this and knew that his master was already at the point of going crazy. Hey, a trace of schadenfreude flashed in Zhuan's eyes. Even though he understood that Ningqi was now on the same side as them, he still couldn't help it. He wanted to see how Ningqi would deal with the Spirit Void Cutlass. If they really fought, the Spirit Void Heaven and the Spirit Void Cutlass would definitely be able to suppress this devil from a declining clan. Idiot. Ningqi smiled. What did you say? Lingshu Zhe Duo did not seem to understand this word, but he knew that it was not something good. After all, it had the word idiot in it. I said that you are a big idiot. Ningqi smiled. After a pause, as if he was afraid that the other party did not understand, Ningqi deliberately explained, It means idiot. You don't even understand what I'm saying. You are indeed an idiot." When the demons nearby heard this, some of the bolder ones could not help but laugh. Zi Qingyue and her sister also giggled. "Ah, my Lord Bei Xian!" Duo Lu and the other two looked at Ning Qi's back in pain. In the blink of an eye, they had completely offended the Spirit Void tribe. They had already seen the demons of the Spirit Void tribe staring at them coldly, as if they were looking at corpses. "You are courting death." The illusionary nearness squinted his eyes as a strong murderous intent was emitted from his body, which swept toward Ning Qi like a surging wave. As he was about to make his move, a hand appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. "Big brother?" Lingshu Ze Duo looked at Spirit Void Sky in confusion. "The demonic land is about to open. Don't cause trouble. Even if you want to kill him, wait until he enters the demonic land. Otherwise, outsiders will say that our Spirit Void tribe is bullying a declining clan. This is not good to hear." Lingshu Ze Duo said calmly. "All right." Lingshu Ze Duo endured the anger that was about to erupt and nodded. But in his heart he was a little dissatisfied with Lingshu Ze Duo. This big brother really valued his reputation too much. For him, no matter what he did, he had to stand on the supreme moral high ground. Soon the third day had passed. After testing, it was confirmed that the curse of the demonic land had temporarily disappeared. Groups of demons poured in. From the beginning to the end, the captains of the 3 squads, Yama, Immature Demon, and Dawn Moon, only made a brief eye contact with Zi Qingyue and the others, but did not leave any harsh words. Zui-En and the others were a little nervous. The more silent the other party was, the more prepared the other party was, because the other party seemed to have regarded them as dead people. Chapter 1880. The Land of Bedevilment. As soon as they entered the demonic land, Ning Qi felt that the dense demonic qi mist around him seemed to have a life of its own, drilling into his body. Glancing at Zi Qingyue and the others, they seemed to be enjoying the feast of the demonic qi mist. However, Zi Qingyue said, "Young Master Bei Xian, we don't know when the curse will reappear in the demonic land, so we can absorb the demonic qi mist as long as we can, but we have to find a safe place first. Unfortunately, if we were born earlier, we wouldn't care about the demonic qi. The most valuable thing is the secret treasure left by the Sky Demon Lord." Willis sighed. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, as if he hated himself for being born too late. "Willis, if we were born earlier, would we be qualified to enter this place with our current cultivation?" At that time, almost all the people who could come to the Devil Land were human demons and earth demons. Even sky demons were not rare. It's because there are no secret treasures in the Devil Land that we can come here now. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to several years in the outside world. It's already very worthwhile to stay here for 30 days. Christian sneered. Willis smiled awkwardly and didn't answer, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. "This bitch. How dare she mock me in front of outsiders? One day I'll let her know who I am. Let's go." Zi Qingyue glanced at the two indifferently and then smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. They spent half a day exploring carefully. Along the way, they encountered some devils who were all killed by Zi Qingyue. The reason was that she was afraid that they would leak their whereabouts and be seen by the Yama team. In fact, Ning Qi knew that the Yama team had been following them, but Zi Qingyue and the others could only see through the mist, so they didn't know anything about it. "Yanjun, your secret treasure is not bad. It can see through 200 feet in this place. Haha, the Broken Moon team doesn't know that we are so close to them, right?" Spiritual Void Reach said with a grin. The other 2 teams also chuckled. They were not afraid of the sound at all. After all, the demonic aura had the effect of blocking sound waves, as long as they did not deliberately roar. Even their divine senses would not be able to probe more than 1,000 feet away. This had something to do with the sky demon who died here. The demonic aura he condensed was naturally extraordinary. Yan Jun, the captain of the Yama squad, held a mirror-like artifact in his hand and pointed it in the direction of Ning Chi's group, allowing him to clearly see their every move. Young Master near, our 3 squads are more than enough to suppress the Breaking Moon squad. Why would we need Young Master near to follow us? Yanjun smiled. Your target is the Moon-Breaking squad, while my target is the demon from an unknown clan. To be honest, he can suppress the elders of the 3 major clans. Even if you launch a sneak attack, you may not be able to kill him. If he finds a chance, how many people of your 3 squads will die? The spiritual void reach sneered and said indifferently. Yen Jun, the captain of the immature devil squad, and Xiaoyu, the captain of the waning moon squad, were all stunned. Because Enris had used a voice transmission before, the 3 of them did not know that Ning Qi had not only embarrassed the spirit void Zhe duo, but also suppressed the elders of the 3 major clans in Ghost Demon City. Now that they knew this, they were naturally shocked. Then a sneer appeared in their eyes. It was indeed reasonable that the Breaking Moon squad suddenly had 1 more member. Zi Qingyue, that bitch, must have known that we planned to encircle the Breaking Moon squad this time. So she suddenly roped in such an expert. Yan Jun said coldly. An expert? Haha. The spiritual void reach sneered. Of course, in the eyes of young Master Near, this guy is not an expert. This time we have to trouble young Master Near. Yan Jun and the other 2 looked at each other, then cupped their hands toward the spiritual void reach with a smile and flattered. Is this the place? Zuen saw that there was a hidden cave not far away, so he stopped and said. Willis nodded immediately. I also think this place is good. It is hidden enough and the terrain is high enough. If someone comes here, they will be able to see through it at a glance. Then let's do it here, Dabulu said indifferently. Zi Qingxing and Christy looked at Zi Qingyue, but Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Qi. Young Master Beixian, what do you think of this place? Zuan's handsome face suddenly became a little ferocious. He stared at Zi Qingyue and finally looked at Ning Qi with a trace of resentment. Coincidentally, Ning Qi looked at him, and Zuen immediately concealed his expression, and a faint smile hung on his face. I think this place is not bad, Ning Qi said with a smile. He did not want to go any further, so he quickly dealt with the tail behind them, and then began to absorb the demonic qi here. Ning Qi's speed of absorbing the demonic aura was extraordinary. Christy said that a day of cultivation here was equivalent to a few years in the outside world. To Ning Qi, the effect might be 10 times greater. In fact, Ning Qi wanted to stay here forever and absorb all the demonic aura. Perhaps the immortal and demonic aura in his body would reach a state of equilibrium. When that happened, perhaps his creation points would reach the threshold and he would break through to the 8 tribulation creator. As for the legendary curse, Ning Qi believed that the power of this curse could not be comparable to that of an immortal monarch. That Shingon immortal monarch wanted to possess him. But in the end, the fruit of fortune in his body was swallowed by Ning Qi, and this demonic land was just left behind by a dead heavenly demon, and after so many years of weakening, it was so weak that even a human demon couldn't be bothered to come here. The heavenly demons of the devil race were only celestial immortals in the immortal world, and the gap between them and immortal monarch was huge. Zuan's face became a little better, but when he heard Zi Qingyue's words, his face darkened again. Since young Master Beixian thinks that this place is not bad, let's clean up here and start our cultivation. But in order to prevent being besieged by the 3 teams, the 3 of you will take turns to guard this place. Zi Qingyue said to Zuen and the other 3, if young Master Beixian says that it's not bad, we should stay here. Zuen clenched his fists, and he could not wait to roar at the sky to vent his anger. Willis, on the other hand, was dissatisfied with Zi Qingyue's suggestion. Why should the 3 of us guard it? Yeah, isn't he going to guard it? Dabula looked at Ning Qi. Zi Qingyue frowned slightly, and just when she was about to say something, Zuen said coldly, "Fine, the three of us will guard it." Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Demonic Vortex. There was no day or night in the Devil Land. Zi Qingyue and the other two girls sat cross-legged and breathed in and out a steady stream of devil qi. Zuen took the initiative to guard the entrance, because he didn't want to be in the same cave with Ning Qi. He was afraid that he couldn't help but attack Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced around the cave entrance, and his lips curled into a faint smile. He turned back into the cave and sat down cross-legged. Zuen thought that Ning Qi was trying to intimidate him, and the anger in his heart grew. Just now, Ning Qi saw that Yan Jun's 3 teams had already surrounded the place. They did not seem to intend to attack directly. It seemed that they wanted to wait for everyone to enter a meditative state before suddenly launching a sneak attack. In this way, if Zi Qingyue and others did not take precautions, they were likely to suffer heavy casualties in this encirclement. Smiling, Ning Qi left a strand of his while outside before entering a meditative state. Because the demonic qi in this place was unique, it was left behind by the fallen heavenly demon. It could be said that it was slightly different from natural demonic qi. It was like orphans who had lost their parents, wandering around the world. When it saw someone trying to absorb it, it would naturally rush over in a frenzy. Zi Qingyue and the others each had a small devil qi vortex above their heads. Among them, Zi Qingyue's was the largest, which was about the size of a thumbnail. Zi Qingxing was second. Christy was only the size of a soybean, while Willis and Dabulu were about the same size as Christy. From this, it could be seen that Zi Qingyue was the leader of the group. As for Zuen, Ning Qi had already noticed that his aptitude wasn't very good. At most, it was about the same as Zi Qingxing. When Ning Qi began to inhale and exhale the devil qi, the vortex above his head was only the size of a soybean at first, then gradually became the size of a broad bean, and finally became the size of a fist and a basketball. The devil qi vortex continued to expand and became a giant vortex with a diameter of about 10 feet. Zi Qingyue and the others were all meditating and did not notice this abnormality. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. Zuoyan was standing not far from the entrance of the cave. When he sensed that the flow of demon energy behind him was abnormal, he immediately returned to the cave. When he saw the vortex above Ning Qi's head, his eyes bulged and his jaw dropped, almost falling to the ground. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, Zuen sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! How can this fellow's demonic qi vortex be so terrifying? It was actually several times higher than Qingyue. Zuen fell into a state of shock. Jealousy, indignation, and all sorts of negative emotions flashed in his eyes. Oh, right. He must have some kind of treasure that could help him absorb the devil qi. At this moment, the treasure was absorbing the devil qi and was preparing to slowly enjoy it after leaving this place. How could a normal demon have such a terrifying aptitude? Even the two brothers, Spirit Void Heavens and Spirit Void Near Reach, are only twice as big as Qingyue's whirlpool. Zuen seemed to think that he had found the key point. The jealousy in his eyes gradually faded and was replaced with a hint of greed. He was a little hesitant in his heart. His eyes swept up and down Ning Qi, trying to find where the treasure was hidden. Huh? What happened to the Breaking Moon squad? There was something wrong with the flow of the devil qi. 1,000 or 2,000 devils were hiding inside. How is this possible? The virtual spirit ruler was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, from the rare treasure in Yan Jun's hand, he saw a strange phenomenon in the cave where Ning Qi and the others were. His face suddenly showed a trace of surprise and doubt. Yan Jun and the others also noticed this. Could it be that the moon-breaking squad has secretly roped in many demons and is waiting for us to come to them? That's not possible. How many demons would it take to cause such a flow of devil qi? If the moon-breaking squad had the ability to rope in so many demons, They would have killed us outside. Then what's going on? Yanjun's face showed a trace of doubt. Rare treasure. Haha, there's a rare treasure inside. Didn't you see the guy who was guarding outside just now? Oh, I think his name is Zuyan. He also ran into the cave with a look of surprise and hasn't come out yet. If he knew beforehand, how could he be as surprised as we are? The virtual spirit ruler's face showed a trace of ecstasy. To cause such a flow of devil chi, it was probably not an ordinary rare treasure. He did not expect that a rare treasure could be found in the devil's land that had been plundered countless times by human demons and earth demons. This was really an opportunity. The rare treasure left behind by a heavenly demon lord should be extraordinary, right? If I can get it, even Big Brother can't beat me if he fights with me. Thinking of this, the virtual spirit ruler waved his hand and said, "There's no need to wait any longer. Let's go directly." Yanjun and the other two looked at each other and saw the fire in each other's eyes. Then they signaled their team members to follow the virtual spirit ruler and rush toward the cave. The distance of 2,000 feet was covered in a flash. Inside the cave, after a period of hesitation, Zuan decided to kill Ning Qi directly. If he attacked at this time, even if Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than his, he would at least be seriously injured. He did not know that his expression had been clearly sensed by the trace of divine thought left by Ning Qi. The vortex above Ning Qi's head was gradually shrinking. Just as Zuan was about to attack, a sudden shout came from outside the cave. "Rats of the Moonbreaking Squad, come out! Don't hide anymore!" Yanjun's team? Zuan stopped his palm that was about to hit the top of Ning Qi's head and turned to look outside the cave in shock and anger. At this time, Zi Qingyue and others also woke up one after another. When they looked at Ning Qi had already stood up with a smile on his face. The devil Qi vortex above his head had already disappeared. In such a short period of time, the devil Qi he had absorbed had already made the devil ancestor golden body secret art much stronger. His body was condensed again. How did the Yen Luo team find this place? Zi Qingyue's face showed a trace of seriousness. "Don't look at me." Child Beixian also said that this place is good. Although there were powerful enemies outside, Zuan couldn't help but sneer. Zi Qingyue ignored him. Now was not the time to ask about the location, but how to solve this matter. Child Beixian. Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Qi. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, a surging devil Qi swept over and directly smashed the entrance of the cave. Everyone suddenly stood face to face with Spirit Void Ruler and the others. Spirit Void Ruler and the others kept looking around the cave, but they did not find any clues. As soon as we arrived, it returned to peace. There is no doubt that it is a rare treasure. The virtual spirit ruler and the others thought with certainty. Later, the virtual spirit ruler looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile, "What rare treasure did you get just now? Now, take it out, and maybe I will spare your life." Chapter 1882. Chapter 1882. Chapter 1882. Crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Young master, we don't have any so-called secret treasures here. You and Yanjun have surrounded us. Please tell us what you want to do. Zi Qingyue stared coldly at the spiritual void reach. As for Yanjun and the other two, she didn't even bother to look at them. This attitude made Yanjun and the other two extremely furious. Even at this moment, this bitch was still so condescending. How hateful. Humph. If she doesn't want to admit it, then kill them all. I don't believe that the secret treasure can fly away. The spiritual void reach sneered. If you kill us and our tribe finds out, isn't your spirit void tribe afraid of being exterminated? A hint of panic flashed in Zi Qingxing's eyes. What a joke. Who knows? The eyes of the spiritual void reach revealed a trace of mockery. Zuan saw that the other party was about to attack. He gritted his teeth and said, I know where the secret treasure is. If I tell you, will you let us live? Zi Qingxing intended to use Ning Qi to intimidate the other party, but now that the Void Spirit ruler was with Yanjun, Zuan didn't believe that Ning Qi's strength could be stronger than the Void Spirit ruler. In order to survive, he could only betray Ning Qi. Zuan, what did you say? What kind of secret treasure is it? Zi Qingxing looked at Zuan coldly. Willis and Dab Blue, on the other hand, had a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Let them go? Yanjun and the other two looked at each other. At first, they wanted to refuse. After all, their goal this time was to kill the Broken Moon Squad. Tell me. I'll let you go. As for the others, I won't let them go. The spiritual void reach said calmly. Just me? Zuan's expression changed slightly. Willis hurriedly looked at him. Zuan, you can't just watch me die here. How about this? I'll take her with me. If you agree, I'll tell you where the secret treasure is. Zuan pointed at Christy. Willis looked at Zuan in disbelief. He didn't expect Zuan to bring Christy away instead of him. Christy was also surprised and was stunned for a moment. Deal. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll change my mind. The spiritual void reach chuckled. The secret treasure is with him. I saw with my own eyes that when he was cultivating, the demonic chi vortex above his head was more than 3 meters wide. Zuan pointed at Ning Qi and said to the spirit void hand and the others, swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on Ning Qi. There was greed, curiosity, ecstasy, and shock. Young Master Bei Xian, what secret treasure is Zuan talking about? Zi Qingyue was slightly surprised. Zi Qingxing said angrily to Zuan, Zuan, we are all members of the Broken Moon Squad. How could you betray your own people just to survive? What are you talking about? What a joke. This guy was recruited into our moonbreaking team because Zi Qingyue was attracted to him. You and him are on the same side. But I have never treated him as one of us. Zuan laughed coldly. He then looked at the spiritual void scale and let out a fawning smile. All right, I'm a man of my word. Stand aside for now. I'll let you go once I'm done with my business here. The spiritual void scale waved his hand. Zuan's face darkened. If the other party really wanted to let him go, they should let him go now. Wouldn't they just kill him after the matter was settled? Christy, come here. Zuan waved at Christy. No matter what, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, he would fight for it. No need. Christy looked at Zuan coldly and shook her head. Then her eyes fell on Zi Qingyue, waiting for her next order. Zuan saw that Christy didn't appreciate his kindness, and his face turned livid. He thought to himself, all right, since you all want to die with that bitch, then I'll watch you all scream in pain. Bei Xian, right? You're called Bei Xian? Hee hee. Are you going to hand over that secret treasure? Or do you want me to take it? The spiritual void scale looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Yanjun and the other two led their own teams of demons and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. At this moment, even a fly couldn't fly out. Miss Qingyue, are you wondering how they could find us? Ning Qi ignored the spiritual void scale and smiled at Zi Qingyue. Zi Qingyue was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Is there a traitor? Zi Qingxing couldn't help but look at Zuan. Seeing this, Zuan immediately gave her a fierce look. What a damn bitch. Because they have a secret treasure in their hands that can see through the devil Qi mist. They have been following us since the beginning. Ning Qi smiled. There's such a thing. Zi Qingyue's face was a little ugly. She didn't expect that their whereabouts were known by the other party from the beginning. Her eyes suddenly fell on the mirror like secret treasure in Yanjun's hand. When Yanjun and others heard Ning Qi's words, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. How did he know? You are also curious about how I know, right? Ning Qi smiled. The next moment he appeared directly in front of the spiritual void scale. The spiritual void scale was shocked by Ningqi's speed and subconsciously punched at Ningqi's head. As a result, his body was broken into pieces by Ningqi's punch. Compared with Ningqi's body, the spiritual void scale's body was like a 3-year-old child, weak and fragile. Boom! The spiritual void scale turned into a mist of blood. At the same time, a huge pit appeared under his feet, which was caused by the aftermath of the power. Because I can see through this place. Ningqi looked up at Yanjun, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. 3,000 feet? How could this be possible? But they had to believe it, because in their eyes the spiritual void scale was already a top talent, but it was killed in a second. What kind of existence was the other party? Human demon? Is this person a human demon? Run! Yanjun and the other two looked at each other and immediately knew that they couldn't escape today. Even the spiritual void scale was killed in a second. The strength of the other party was definitely enough to kill their 3 teams. Who allowed you to escape? Ningqi smiled and rushed into the 3 teams. His figure flickered constantly, and every time he moved, he would take away a life of the demon race. Ziqingyue and the others were dumbfounded, and there was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Hee, how dare you betray Master Beixian? You're courting death. Duo Lu and the other 2, who didn't have a sense of presence, looked at Zhuo, seeing Zhuo'an's face as ugly as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. A trace of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. Child Beixian, don't kill the 3 of us. We'll give you double what Ziqingyue gave you. Chapter 1883. Chapter 1883. Chapter 1883. Kill a chicken when Ziqingyue and the others saw Yanjun and the other 2 kneeling in front of Ningqi and begging for mercy. They had a strange look on their faces. When the 3 of them joined forces, it was enough to make their Broken Moon squad unable to fight back. But they never expected that they would be so weak and insignificant in front of Ningqi. Ningqi smiled. When the 3 of them saw Ningqi smile, their hair stood on end, and they tacitly turned around to flee. Unfortunately, before they could take more than a few steps, Ningqi smashed their heads one after another. Due to the fact that he couldn't use the immortal qi in this place, Ningqi couldn't use any other attack methods in the suppressing dragon elephant technique except for the demon ancestor golden body formula. He could only use the most primitive methods to kill his enemies. At this point, under the leadership of the Spirit Void Reach, the Yama team, the Immature Demon team, and the Dawn Moon team were completely annihilated. Master Beixian, that guy is trying to escape. Duo Lu suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that Zuian had turned into a black shadow and fled into the demonic qi fog. Ziqingyue and the others could only watch him disappear from their sight. Damn it, that traitor escaped. Dabulu growled fiercely in a low voice. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. While everyone was surrounded, Zuan had actually made a deal with the other party in order to survive. He had betrayed all of his teammates. Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. Willis lowered his head and said nothing. Although Zuan had not planned to take him away, he had shown that he hoped to make a deal with Zuan together. Now he did not dare to make a sound, afraid that everyone would come back to their senses. What a pity! Ziqingyue sighed. It's not a pity. Ningqi smiled. Although Zuian had fled a distance of over 100 feet and disappeared from everyone's sight, Ningqi could see through the 3,000 feet thick demonic qi mist. He directly chased after Zuan. When Ziqingyue and the others saw this, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Ningqi grabbed Zuan by the neck and walked out of the demonic qi mist. Qingyue, it's all a misunderstanding. Ask Child Beixian not to kill me. Zuan looked at Ziqingyue hopefully. Ziqingyue sneered. You made a deal with the other party and wanted to drag out an ignoble existence alone. Is this a misunderstanding? Zuan, I used to think that you were a man. I never thought that you were a villain. What's the difference between a disgrace to our demon race and those demonic creatures? Debiru laughed sinisterly. If Zuan wasn't being carried by Ningqi, he would have rushed forward and torn him apart. What's wrong with us monsters? Duo Lu and the other two looked at each other with a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Unfortunately, Dabulu was a lord of the demon race. Be it in terms of background or cultivation, he was far superior to them. Even though they were now Lord Beishuan's servants, they did not dare to refute him. They could only curse in their hearts to vent their anger. Zuan, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. From today onwards, all ties between us are severed. Willis saw that everyone was condemning Zuan and hurriedly chimed in. How could you be so heartless? Do you really think that the virtuous spirit ruler and the others relied on a secret treasure to find us? It's him. Zuan stared at Ningqi. It's because he has a secret treasure that caused a huge commotion in the demonic Qi whirlpool. That's why the virtuous spirit ruler and the others found us. I'm just trying to survive. What's wrong with me? You can't kill me. If you kill me, my tribe... Puff! Zuan's head was cut in half. Won't let you off. Zuan looked at Ningqi in despair. The resentment in his eyes almost solidified. After he finished his last sentence, he breathed his last. There should be no one to disturb us now. However, the smell of blood here is too strong. Let's go somewhere else. Ningqi smiled at everyone. Zi Qingyue and the others had a complicated look in their eyes. Although they also wanted to kill Zuan, Zuan had been with them for a long time. Seeing that he was killed by Ningqi like a chicken, it was inevitable that they had mixed feelings. However, Debiru was extremely satisfied. Before he left, he vented his anger on Zuan's corpse. Big brother, second brother hasn't returned for so long. Could something have happened to him? Lingshu Ze Duo looked at Lingshu Tian and said, the elders and disciples of Enris, Jade Bone and Ghost Demon City were sitting behind the Lingshu tribe, breathing in and out the demonic qi here. This was a valley. The demonic qi was much more abundant than other places. Because of the existence of Lingshu Tian and the other demon clans did not dare to enter this place. Don't worry. With your second brother's strength, he won't be in any danger. Lingshu Tian smiled faintly. Lingshu Ze Duo nodded. Although he did not like the virtuous spirit ruler, he had to admit that the virtuous spirit ruler was much stronger than him. That Bei Xian would definitely not be a match for it. Just like that, another 3 to 5 days passed. Lingshu Tian suddenly woke up from his meditation and looked at Lingshu Ze Duo. Your second brother hasn't returned yet? Yes. Lingshu Ze Duo nodded. Let's go and take a look. Lingshu Tian stood up and said faintly, and Gus and the others were aware of the movement of the spirit void heaven and woke up from their meditation. Knowing that the spirit void heaven was going to leave this place to search for the spirit void ruler, they naturally followed closely behind. Without the protection of the spirit void tribe, existences like them were likely to be devoured by other devil race in the devil land. If they died here, perhaps even their master devil would not know who to seek revenge on. Soon, following the aura left behind by the virtuous spirit ruler, everyone found the place where the virtuous spirit ruler and the others were. When they saw the ground covered with broken limbs and blood, and at the same time there was a bloody smell, everyone's expression changed slightly. Big brother, there seems to be second brother's aura. Ling Suze Duo looked around solemnly. Suddenly, he saw a familiar corpse. His body moved slightly and he appeared next to the corpse. Big brother, Ling Shu Ze Duo shouted excitedly. Yes, it's your second brother. Ling Su Wutian had already appeared beside the corpse. He swept an indifferent glance at it and said, Enris, and the rest stared at this scene with their mouths agape. The spiritual void grasp was dead? These are the members of the Yama Squad, and the immature Demon Squad, the Waning Moon Squad. Those 3 corpses should belong to Yen Jun, and the other 2. The 3 squads were all annihilated. Even the virtuous spirit ruler died. What happened to them? Chapter 1884. And Gus was stunned for a moment before he recovered from the shocking scene in front of him. He looked at Empyrean Spirit with some fear and nodded. Young Master Wu-Tian, that demon is indeed called Beishian. I heard that is the name of his clan, but I have never heard of it before. It should be a clan that has been in decline for a long time. A clan that has been in decline for a long time. No emotions could be seen on worthless Spirit Void's face. He was as calm as water as he muttered to himself. After that he said indifferently, "Go, find him. I'll be waiting here." This, Enris hesitated. Even Empyrean Spirit had died. Although he was not sure if it was the demon, if he asked them to find him, they would probably end up like Empyrean Spirit. Lord Empyrean's order, we dare not disobey. Without waiting for Enris to make a decision, the elders of the 3 clans of Ghost Demon City agreed. Seeing this, Enris could only nod. Soon, everyone scattered in all directions. Even the demons from Spirit Void Heaven and the subordinates of Spirit Void Zero also participated in this great search. Big Brother! After confirming that Empyrean Spirit had died, Empyrean Spirit did not feel sad at all. Instead, he felt happy. However, he did not show his emotions. Seeing that Empyrean Spirit was expressionless, he tried to speak. No need to say more. This time, your 2nd brother died here. He was fated to die. As long as we find the person who killed him and avenge him, the elders in the tribe will not say anything. As for you, you have to work harder. There are only a few geniuses in our branch. Now that one is dead, if you do not work hard, it will not be long before we are swallowed by the other branches of the tribe. Empyrean Spirit said, "Yes, Big Brother, I will work hard." Empyrean Spirit lowered his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. From beginning to end, the ancestor of his branch had been pouring cultivation resources into Empyrean Spirit and Empyrean Spirit. Empyrean Spirit had been working hard, but all he got in return was encouragement from the ancestor. Not bad, maybe you can catch up to your big brother and 2nd brother. Now, even his big brother was asking him to work hard. Could it be that big brother thought that he had been eating and waiting for death? 2nd brother, after you die, the patriarch of the branch will definitely look at me in a new light. When that time comes, all the cultivation resources that belong to you will be transferred to me. Just you wait and see. I will definitely be stronger than you. At the very least, I won't die quietly in a place like this. The light from the Spirit Void Lake Flower landed on the Spirit Void corpse. Let's do it here. It's discreet enough. Ningqi laughed. This place was at least 30,000 li away from the cavern. If the other party didn't have any special means, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. Then let's do it here. Zi Qingyue nodded. Christy and Zi Qingxing were very happy. They could finally cultivate in peace. There were many caves here, and each of them had one. Willis and Dab Blue kept watching Ningqi until Ningqi entered one of the caves. Only then did Dab Blue find another cave to enter. Qingyue ai. Willis looked at Zi Qingyue. Along the way, he had been looking for an opportunity to explain, but Zi Qingyue and the others ignored him. Zi Qingyue glanced at him indifferently, then smiled at Zi Qingxing and Christy. The 3 of us together? The 3 girls ignored Willis and found a cave by themselves. At this time, Duo Lu and the other 2 walked up to Willis with a smile. Lord Willis, do you want to come with us? You... A trace of anger flashed in Willis's eyes, but after thinking of the 3's identity, he just let out a cold snort and turned to leave. TCH, what's so great about it? Along the way, we have been looking at Lord Beishuan's face with trepidation. If he doesn't want to go with us, then we don't want to go with him. Duo Gu and Duo Xiao looked at Willis's back and sneered. The 3 clearly saw that when Willis walked into the cave, his figure slightly paused. Obviously, he heard their ridicule, but because of Ning Qi, he didn't dare to say anything. Inside the cave, whether it was Zi Qingyue and the others or Willis and the others, they didn't immediately start to meditate. Instead, they waited quietly. Not long after, they all looked in the direction of Ning Qi, because they could feel a very violent wave of devil qi coming from that direction. Zuan didn't lie. He really has a rare treasure that can increase the speed of cultivation. Everyone was a little shocked. After the shock, Zi Qingyue and the others gradually entered a meditative state. Only Willis, who was sitting cross-legged, was unwilling to give up. His eyes were fixed in the direction of Ning Qi, and his eyes flickered with hatred. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't think of any way to deal with Ning Qi. Helpless, Willis gradually forced himself to give up the distracting thoughts and began to breathe devil qi. Inside the cave, the devil qi whirlpool above Ning Qi's head gradually expanded from the size of a fist to a diameter of 10 feet. The surrounding devil qi frantically rushed into Ning Qi's body, constantly refining his body and strengthening his devil ancestor, golden body secret art. At this moment, all the immortal spiritual qi in Ning Qi's body was dormant. Even so, the immortal spiritual qi was many times denser than the devil qi. Ning Qi had a goal, which was to increase the density of the devil qi to the same level as the immortal spiritual qi, so that the two forces could be balanced in his body. Only in this way, when he cultivated in the future, he would be able to slowly improve and wouldn't suffer from qi deviation. Time passed day by day. More than 20 days later, Zi Qingyue and the others opened their eyes one after another. The aura on their bodies was a bit denser than before they entered the Devil Land. In just a short period of more than 20 days of cultivation, it was equivalent to nearly 100 years of cultivation. But now, the time for the curse to reappear was getting closer and closer. Even Zi Qingyue didn't dare to continue cultivating. They must leave the Devil Land before the curse reappears. Young Master Beixian still hasn't come out. The crowd walked out of the cave one after another. Seeing that the devil qi was still crazily rushing into Ning Qi's body, their faces were filled with envy. Young Master Beixian's cultivation speed is really terrifying. If all the devil qi is absorbed by him, I'm afraid that these 20 days of cultivation are equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation for us. Christie murmured to himself. Willis was filled with envy and jealousy. He poured cold water on them and said, no matter how fast his cultivation speed is, the curse is coming. We still have to leave the Devil Land. Go and inform young Master Beixian we're going to leave this place. Zi Qingyue looked at Duo Lu and the others. Chapter 1885. Demigod, yes, Lady Qinyu. Duo Lu and the other two nodded respectfully and walked towards the cave where Ning Qi was. However, before they could get within 10 feet of the cave, they felt that they were blocked by an invisible wall. After Zi Qingyue and the others discovered this phenomenon, they quickly went forward to check, only to discover that the cave where Ning Qi was located was tightly wrapped by thick demonic qi. Even if Zi Qingyue tried her best, she couldn't move an inch forward, let alone Duo Lu and the other two. This, Zi Qingyue's eyes were filled with shock, and the rest of them were not much better. Absorbing a few drops of such dense devil qi was equivalent to the sum of their cultivation for more than 20 days. What's more, this was far from the inside of the cave. Even the outside was so dense, how terrifying the density of the devil qi inside was. Willis hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation technique in an attempt to absorb the thick demon qi. Seeing this, Duo Lu and the other two were enraged. This was clearly his lord's devil qi, but this fellow didn't even ask and directly stole it in front of everyone. Without waiting for the three of them to reprimand him, Willis had just absorbed a bit of the thick devil qi, and black, twisted patterns suddenly appeared on his skin. These patterns were like earthworms crawling under his skin. When everyone saw this, they could tell at a glance that his body was being tempered by the devil qi. Willis's expression gradually turned ferocious. In just 5 breaths' time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned pale, and the black lines on his body instantly disappeared. Along with them, the flesh beneath his skin also disappeared. Willis, who had originally looked very muscular, now looked very skinny. You couldn't withstand the condensation of the devil chi and consumed your flesh and blood. Not only did you not increase your cultivation, but you also vomited out all the benefits you've gained over the past 20 days. Willis, do you really think you're the only one who's so smart? Zi Qingyue looked at Willis sarcastically. From the beginning, she knew that with their cultivation, they would not be able to bear the terrifying devil chi. If they dared to absorb it, they must be prepared to be devoured by the devil chi. Even de Bureau understood this logic, but Willis did not. Damn it! Willis's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with hatred. This time his losses were disastrous, and his cultivation was much weaker than before he entered the Devil Land. Willis was indignant that his 100 years of hard work had been devoured by the demonic aura just like that. Ha ha ha! Duo Lu and the other 2 laughed complacently, gloating looks in their eyes. Lord Beixian should be in the middle of the demonic qi. Can his body withstand the demonic qi? Zi Qingxing muttered to herself. When Zi Qingyue and others heard this, they looked at the cave with more complicated eyes. Ning Qi's strength was really beyond their imagination. Originally, they thought that Ning Qi's strength was not much different from that of the Spirit Void Ruler and others. Later, when the Spirit Void Ruler was defeated by Ning Qi, they regarded Ning Qi as a heavenly talent at the same level as the Spirit Void Heaven. But now it seemed that Ning Qi's strength was far beyond their imagination. Is Child Beixian a demi-demon? Christie's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Half-step demi-demon. This was the title given to those who were infinitely close to the demi-demon level. In fact, they were just much stronger than ordinary demons in terms of cultivation and battle strength. They had nothing to do with the demi-demon level. However, this kind of existence had peerless battle strength and was known as the top heavenly talents. Usually, they only appeared in the forces with demi-demon level existences. With Zi Qingyue and the others' identity and status, they had only seen 1 or 2 demi-demon existences from afar. They didn't even have the qualifications to approach and talk to them. Even a real demi-demon would have to give face to such existences. Because one day, if they were to break through to the demi-demon level, their battle strength would definitely be at the top of the demi-demon level. Half-step demi-demon. Our Lord is actually a demi-demon. Duo Lu and the other 2 looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Ever since they followed Ning Qi, the surprises kept coming one after the other. A trace of reverence finally appeared in Dabo's eyes as he looked at the cave. His dissatisfaction towards Ning Qi had long since vanished. How could he be a demi-demon? He can't be, Willis murmured in his heart. He was unwilling to believe Christie's deduction. Perhaps the other party had already died under the demonic qi. Thinking of this, Willis's eyes lit up. That's right. He felt that there was an 80 to 90% chance that his conjecture was correct. The other party had probably already become a corpse. A few days later, Zi Qingyue and the others had planned to wait for Ning Qi to finish his cultivation before leaving the demonic land. However, the demonic qi outside the cave did not weaken. Instead, it had grown stronger. Sister, so much time has passed. The curse of the demonic land will come out any time. Zi Qingxing looked at Zi Qingyue with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Let's go. Zi Qingyue nodded. She couldn't wait any longer. If they couldn't leave the demonic land before the curse came, everyone would be cursed and die. My lords, are you leaving now? But our lord hasn't come out yet. Duo Lu and the other 2 were panicking. There's no other way. Lord Beixian can't hear us now. If we wait any longer, the curse will come and we will all die. Zi Qingyue said lightly. It's a pity that we can't see if he's dead or not. Willis sighed in his heart. Soon, Ziqing bid farewell to the cave and quickly left with the others. Duo Lu and the other two looked at each other and finally tried to call for Ningqi. However, there was no response from the cave. After a moment of hesitation, Duo Lu took the lead and shouted in the direction of Ziqing and the others. My lords, wait for us. We will wait for Lord Beixian outside the demonic land. Duo Lu and the other two also disappeared outside the cave. This time, almost all the devils that entered the Devil Lands were retreating one after another. Some had even left a few days earlier, such as Ling Su Wutian. He was currently standing outside the Devil Lands, and behind him stood Ling Su Zhe Duo, Enris Jadebone, and the three great elders of Ghost Demon City. After more than 20 days of searching, they still hadn't found Ning Qi's whereabouts. Big brother, the curse is coming. Why don't we send a message back to our tribe and ask them to send a group of people to hunt this person? Ling Su Zhe Duo suggested. Chapter 1886. A curse descends. Why did we bump into them here? Willis looked like he had eaten a mouthful of **T. The direction they came out of the Demon Land was random, and the Demon Land was huge. The chances of bumping into Lingshu Heaven and the others were close to zero, but the truth was right in front of them. They could only pin their hopes on them, not realizing that Lingshu Heaven was already dead. Suppress. Lingshu Heaven said indifferently, yes. Lingshu Zhe Duo took the lead, followed by the demons of the Lingshu tribe, including Enris and the elders of the three major families. In the blink of an eye, Ziqing and the others were suppressed. Lingshu Heaven, why are you suppressing us? Ziqing asked calmly. He's not here. Lingshu Zhe Duo glanced at Ziqing and the others, and said to Lingshu Heaven with an ugly expression. Enris pointed at Duo Lu and the others. Child Wutian, these three are the servants of that demon. They must know where he is. Duo Lu and the others shuddered, feeling extremely regretful. If they knew that they would bump into Lingshu Heaven and the others here, they might as well wait for Master Beixian in the Demon Land. The demons nearby didn't know what happened and looked over curiously. Why did the Lingshu tribe suddenly attack the Broken Moon tribe? Their background isn't any weaker than the Lingshu tribe. Maybe there's a conflict in the Demon Land. For us demons, if there's a feud, we will naturally take revenge immediately. That's true, but if all the members of the Broken Moon tribe are killed, I'm afraid it won't be long before their tribe joins forces to attack the Lingshu tribe. Not necessarily. Although the tribe behind them is similar to the Lingshu tribe, it's far away. Even if they send people here, they might not have a good ending. Where is your master Beixian? Lingshu Zhe Duo looked coldly at Duo Lu and the others. Duo Lu and the others subconsciously looked at Ziqing. Everyone immediately looked at Ziqing. Master Beixian is cultivating in the Demon Land. If you want to find him, you can enter on your own. Ziqing said indifferently. Let me ask you, did my second brother die in his hands? Lingshu Zhe Duo gritted his teeth. Hua! The devils nearby stared at Lingshu Zhe Duo, dumbfounded. What was going on? The spiritual void grasp is dead? Such a prodigy had actually died in the demonic lands? Could it be the work of the Broken Moon Squad? Everyone suddenly understood why the Spirit Void tribe wanted to suppress the Breaking Moon Squad. Prince Zhe Duo, there's no need to ask. This is inevitable. Enris interrupted. He was afraid that the other party would not admit it, so he wanted to put the blame on Ningqi as soon as possible so that he could use the Spirit Void tribe to avenge him. Scram! You have no right to speak here. Spirit Void Zhe Duo scolded. Enris's expression changed slightly. He retreated to the back and did not speak. Although his master was a human demon, there was an existence of earth demon in the other tribe. Compared to the Spirit Void tribe, Ghost Demon City was like an ant, just like the difference in status between him and Spirit Void Ze Duo. Senior brother, don't add fuel to the fire at this time. Jade Bone sent a voice transmission. Humph. Enris stood in the same place with an ugly expression. Zi Qingyue, although your Void Sea tribe is the same as my Spirit Void tribe, don't think that I won't dare to kill you now. Spirit Void Ze Duo said coldly. The spiritual void grasp is dead. Zi Qingyue looked at Spirit Void Ze Duo in shock. In the eyes of everyone, this expression did not seem to be fake. Don't pretend. My second brother and Yen Jun went to look for you. Now that they are all dead, your Breaking Moon squad must have something to do with it. Spirit Void Ze Duo said coldly. Sorry, I really didn't know about this. It has nothing to do with my Breaking Moon squad. We don't have the ability to kill the spiritual void grasp and the 3 squads. Zi Qingyue also said coldly. Many demons believed what she said at this moment, not only from her expression, but also from her words. The Breaking Moon team was quite famous because every member of the team came from a large tribe that had an earth demon. Apart from that, their combat power was not very high. A single spirit void step was enough to suppress all the members of the Breaking Moon team. Is it really unrelated to them? A trace of doubt flashed in Spirit Void Ze Duo's eyes. Spirit Void Heaven had been looking at Zi Qingyue and others indifferently. Finally, his eyes fell on Willis, and he said lightly, You tell me, how did my second brother die? With your strength. His death must have nothing to do with you. You don't have to be afraid that I will implicate you. Such humiliating words at this moment. Willis was extremely happy. He glanced at Zi Qingyue and others, gritted his teeth, and said straightforwardly, Master Wu Tian, the spiritual void grasp was indeed killed by Bei Xian. Even my best brother, Zui En, was killed by Bei Xian because he cooperated with the spiritual void grasp. I saw this with my own eyes. Zi Qingyue and the others had a good relationship with the demon clan and were unwilling to betray him. But I am different. From the beginning, I hated this demon clan. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Zi Qingyue again. Zi Qingxing and others were furious. How could they admit such a thing? Willis, this fool, did he really think that the Spirit Void tribe would let the Breaking Moon squad go after the death of a supreme talent? In the end, the spiritual void grasp died because he wanted to join forces with Yen Jun and the other 2 to kill them. What are you looking at? You treated me coldly because of an outsider. From today onwards, I am no longer a member of the Breaking Moon squad. I have nothing to do with you. Willis sneered. Tell me, where is the demon clan now? Spirit Void Heaven looked at Zi Qingyue indifferently. Zi Qingyue sighed in her heart and looked towards the Devil Land. Master Bei Xian is still cultivating inside. Still cultivating? The curse is about to come. This guy is really not afraid of death. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Still inside. A cold light flashed in Spirit Void Heaven's eyes. Lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden gust of wind in the Devil Land, accompanied by a huge shadow rising from the ground, as if it was trying to break free from the Devil Land. Its hands were tearing the void space, and it roared at the sky, struggling. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. This shadow was left behind by the Sky Demon after his death. No one knew whether it was a remnant soul or not, but they knew that every time the curse came again, there would be such a strange phenomenon. The curse is coming. All the demons who are still in the Devil Land will definitely die. Chapter 1887. Demonic Qi Refinement. Lingshu Tian's calm expression finally revealed a trace of anger. If the other party died under the curse, he wouldn't be able to take revenge for Lingshu Tian. Lord Bei Xian hasn't come out yet. Why is the curse descending? Duo Lu and the other 2 looked at the demonic land bitterly. Ha ha ha, even without Lingshu Tian's help. You're going to die in there." Enris gloated as he looked at Emo Xiang. He was extremely delighted. "Zi Qingyue, how strong do you think this kid is? In the end, he's just a fool. He clearly knows that there's a curse left by the heavenly demon, but he still chose to stay in there for the sake of the demonic qi. Now, even without the Lingshu tribe's help, he's going to die under the curse." Willis looked at Zi Qingyue and sneered. Zi Qingyue ignored him. Her mind was racing, thinking of countermeasures to deal with Lingshu Tian. "Young Master Wu Tian, young Master Zhe Duo, although that demon is going to die under the curse, the Moonbreaking team is still here. They seem to have a close relationship with the demonic race, and Gus was afraid that Lingshu Tian would forget about this." Zi Qingyue clearly knew that he had a conflict with Ning Qi, but she still allowed him to join the Moonbreaking team. And Gus hated them as well. "Third brother, kill them." Lingshu Tian said faintly, "Take it as a farewell for your second brother." "Young Master Wu Tian, I'm no longer a member of the Moonbreaking team." Willis was startled and quickly reminded him. Unfortunately, he noticed that Lingshu Tian was looking at him with indifference. Zi Qingyue and the rest's expression turned solemn as they prepared to take action. "Yes, big brother." Lingshu Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to walk towards Zi Qingyue and the rest, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the demonic land. This phenomenon made Lingshu Tian's movement stop. The struggling demonic shadow had disappeared, and what replaced it was a huge whirlpool. Demonic qi was constantly flowing in it, sweeping towards a corner of the demonic land. That direction. Could it be? Zi Qingyue's eyes were filled with shock. If she remembered correctly, the direction of the whirlpool was the cave where Ning Qi was in seclusion. What a huge whirlpool of demonic qi. What's happening in the demonic land? The nearby demonic race was shocked. Within a certain cave in the demonic land, Ning Qi sat cross-legged on the ground. His muscles were bulging, and there were countless black lines on them that looked like earthworms. His clothes had been torn to shreds and were scattered on the ground. At that moment, Ning Qi was enduring an extremely intense pain, as if there was a saw continuously cutting through his muscles and cells. The pain was transmitted from his nerves to every part of his body. Sweat the size of beans covered Ning Qi's body and dripped onto the ground drop by drop. The surging devil qi was continuously flowing into Ning Qi's body through the top of his head. During this process, Ning Qi's physical body was being madly condensed, and the ancestral demon golden body secret art was also being operated to the extreme. If it was any other devil clan, they would most likely explode and die from the impact of this terrible devil qi. However, Ning Qi's physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level under the tempering of the suppressing dragon elephant art. It was just enough to withstand the invasion of the demonic qi. However, Ning Qi also lost control of his own body. His form constantly changed from a demon to an immortal, and from an immortal to a demon. If there was a mirror, one would be able to see Ning Qi's appearance in it. One moment he looked like an immortal, and the next he looked evil. The devil qi, which was originally far from the immortal qi, increased bit by bit. In just half a day, it had already reached 1/10 of the immortal qi. The devil qi in this place is indeed controlled by a consciousness. The legendary curse should also be caused by this consciousness. Although his whole body was in pain, Ning Qi's mind was clear, and he calmly thought about everything that was happening in front of him. He was originally breathing in and out the devil qi normally, but not long ago, the devil qi seemed to have sensed his existence and constantly surrounded his body. In the end, Ning Qi was even restricted by the majestic devil qi, and he temporarily lost control of his body. He was very passively absorbing the devil qi. Physical body, a voice that seemed real and illusory constantly echoed in Ning Qi's ears. It was with this voice that Ning Qi determined that the devil qi had a spirit. Whether you are the remnant will of the dead heavenly demon or not, You want to take my body? You are simply dreaming. Even an immortal lord can't do it, let alone a mere heavenly demon like you. Come on, come on. Pour all your devil chi into my body. If you win, this body will be yours." Ning Chi's divine will let out a cold sneer. The other party seemed to understand. The next moment, the devil chi surged even more violently, and a huge devil chi vortex appeared above the cave. For a moment, the devil chi that was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than before rushed into Ning Chi's body, accompanied by a few angry roars. Pain! Ah! Ning Chi gritted his teeth, and his face was extremely distorted. In the end, his form did not change, and he became half immortal and half demon. After he angered the remnant within the devil chi that rushed into him made him suffer pain that was countless times more intense than before. At the same time, his body swelled even more, and his muscles bulged inch by inch. Soon, the cave could not support Ning Chi's bulging body, and it was smashed into pieces. Ning Chi had transformed into a giant that was hundreds of meters tall even when he was sitting cross-legged. Countless black lines that looked like earthworms were constantly moving under his skin. However, these lines only moved on that half of his devil body and were clearly separated from the other half of his immortal body. At this moment, most of the devil chi in the devil land was absorbed by the vortex and then poured into Ning Chi's body. The demons who had already left the devil land found that the devil chi fog above the devil land was slowly shrinking. This discovery shocked all the demons. What happened in the devil land? What caused that whirlpool? Why is the devil land slowly shrinking? Could it be that some terrible existence has come out and is absorbing the devil chi? Big brother, what's going on? Lingshu Ze Duo looked at Lingshu Wutian in shock. Lingshu Wutian was silent. He also did not know what happened in the devil land. Ghost Demon City. A figure was originally in seclusion. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the devil land. Then he came out of seclusion with a solemn expression. In the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above the devil land. What kind of existence is absorbing the devil chi so wantonly? Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? Chapter 1888. Chapter 1888. Demon Master. Enris and Yugu were overjoyed when they saw the figure in the sky above the demonic land. This figure was their master, the Lord of Demonic City, Demon Devil. The elders of the 3 major clans were shocked when they saw Demon Devil. Even a demonic human expert could not sit still after the commotion in the demonic land. Demon Devil was over 8 feet tall and looked extremely skinny. His eyes were long and narrow, and his ears were sharp. His skin was light brown with some black spots. Although he looked like a human, he was very different from a human. With a slight movement, Demon Devil landed beside Enris and the rest. Lingshu Wutian wore a respectful expression as he cupped his hands and bowed. Lingshu Wutian greets, Lord Demon Devil. Although he had an extraordinary background, he still had to be respectful when facing a demonic human expert. This was the way of survival in the demonic race. When the nearby demons saw Devil appear, they all wore respectful looks on their faces as they quietly watched Devil. Demon Devil glanced at Lingshu Wutian and nodded. He then looked at the demonic land. Do you know what happened after you entered the demonic land? This humble one is also confused. Lingshu Wutian smiled. Such a turbulent demonic chi whirlpool. I'm afraid that something is absorbing the demonic chi crazily. Lingshu Wutian said solemnly. Zi Qingxing and the rest were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Lingshu Wutian's words reminded them of something. When Prince Bei Xian breathed in and out demonic chi, wasn't the demonic chi surging very shocking? Could this change be related to Prince Bei Xian? Sister, Zi Qingxing subconsciously transmitted her voice. Don't speak. Zi Qingyue looked at her coldly with a trace of reproach in her eyes. Why are you transmitting your voice at this time? Are you afraid that Lord Demon Devil can't hear you? Zi Qingxing quickly lowered her head and felt a lingering fear in her heart. Lord Demon Devil, I'm Willis from the Izaki tribe. Willis suddenly walked in front of Demon Devil and looked like he wanted to say something. Everyone looked at Willis, and Nether Void and the others frowned slightly. What is that guy from the Breaking Moon team trying to do? How audacious! Where did he get the qualifications to converse with Lord Ghost Demon? Amongst those present, other than the Spirit Void Heaven, only Lord Ghost Demon's 2 disciples possessed such qualifications, right? The demons nearby stared coldly at Willis. Enris narrowed his eyes as his killing intent filled the air. The hierarchy in the demon clan was very clear. Demons were born to be servants of the demon clan. Unless one day they broke through to the level of human demon, their status would not change. Even so, the demon clan who claimed to be the orthodox demon clan would not recognize them as the orthodox demon clan. At most, they would classify them as the heterogeneous demon clan, just like Zi Qingyue, who belonged to the heterogeneous demon clan. In addition to this innate rank, if one wanted to talk to a demonic being, they would need to have at least the strength of Spirit Void Heaven. Willis could be considered to be speaking to someone of a higher level. A cold light flashed in Zi Qingyue's eyes. She already knew what Willis wanted to say. Do you know what happened in the demonic land? Ghost Demon glanced at Willis indifferently and asked. Apart from that, he could not think of any other reason why this demon dared to come forward and speak to him. No, that's right. A trace of fear flashed in Willis's eyes. The pressure from Ghost Demon was too heavy for him. When he got closer, he felt a little breathless. This person actually knows what happened in the demonic land. How is this possible? Is he trying to curry favor with Lord Ghost Demon? Let's see what he has to say. The demons nearby looked at Willis in disbelief. Spirit Void Heaven's eyes moved slightly and his gaze fell on Willis. No one knew what he was thinking. Trying to use Lord Ghost Demon to escape the fate of being killed, Spirit Voidzo looked at Willis with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Master, this person is a member of the Broken Moon team. Previously, there was a member of the Broken Moon team who humiliated me in front of everyone in the Ghost Demon City. His words are not credible. Enris hurriedly transmitted his voice. There's no harm in listening. Ghost Demon glanced at Enris, and his gaze fell on Willis. He said indifferently, Don't keep me in suspense. Just say it. Lord Ghost Demon, the situation is like this. I suspect that the abnormality in the demonic land has something to do with the demon. He seems to have a secret treasure that can absorb demonic chi. Previously, before I came out of the demonic land, the demonic chi around the demon was already extremely thick. Ordinary people can't withstand it at all. Willis said respectfully, There's such a thing. The faces of the demons nearby changed when they heard this. The demon you mentioned, is it Bei Xian? Spirit Void Heaven suddenly asked with a cold look in his eyes. That's him, young Master Wutian. Willis nodded. Spirit Void Heaven's face instantly turned ugly. If this commotion was really caused by the other party, perhaps even he would not be a match for him. Bei Xian, a trace of doubt flashed in Ghost Demon's eyes. He had never heard of this name before. Upon seeing this, Enris hurriedly relayed the situation to Ghost Demon. Ghost Demon's face turned serious when he learned that the demon named Bei Xian was likely to have killed the celestial spirit ruler. He was able to kill a genius like the celestial spirit ruler and cause such a huge change in the demonic land. Could he be a half-step human demon? Lord Ghost Demon, if this person is really related to the changes in the demonic land, I hope that Lord Ghost Demon can help me kill him later. Lingshu Wutian bowed respectfully. I have some friendship with your old ancestor. Since Spirit Void ruler died here, as the lord of the Ghost Demon City, I will naturally help if I can. Ghost Demon said indifferently, "Thank you, Lord Ghost Demon." Although he did not get a definite answer from the other party, Spirit Void Heaven still bowed and thanked him. The demonic land was still shrinking inch by inch. The demonic chi whirlpool in the air did not decrease, but instead increased. Everyone could only stand on the spot and watch the changes in silence. Even Ghost Demon was not confident that he could enter the demonic land unscathed while the curse was still there. Therefore, he waited with Spirit Void Heaven and the others for the changes to end. Spirit Void Zuo led the demons of the Spirit Void tribe and surrounded Zi Qingyue and the others. Because of the changes in the demonic land, he did not plan to kill Zi Qingyue and the others for the time being. He planned to wait until the changes to the demonic land ended before taking action. Chapter 1889. Taking Liberties Within the Demonic Land. Ning Qi did not know that there was a demonic existence that was countless times stronger than the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor waiting for him. At this moment, he was enduring endless pain as he fought against the devil Qi that was surging into his body. The surging devil Qi, mixed with the remnant will of the sky demon level existence, crazily surged into Ning Qi's body. It washed through every meridian in Ning Qi's body, every cell, tearing, healing, tearing again, healing again, and so on. Every time, Ning Qi could feel the strength of his physical body gradually increase as the terrifying demonic Qi tempered his body. At the same time, his ears continuously resounded with roars. Physical body. Physical body. If you want a physical body, then give me more devil Qi. If you only have this little bit of cultivation, you should just stay here and never be reincarnated. Ning Qi laughed maniacally in his heart. He knew that the remnant could sense his thoughts at this moment. As expected, the devil Qi seemed to be enraged. The devil Qi whirlpool in the sky once again increased by 30 to 40% and crazily surged into Ning Qi's body. Uffed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ning Qi immediately stabilized his mind. The pain coming from the half of his body increased by a bit. But on the other hand, the strength of the half of his body increased at an even faster speed as the devil Qi increased. Ha ha ha. Ning Qi raised his head and laughed wildly. Is that all you can do? Not enough. Continue. Again. Let me see where your limit is. An angry roar exploded in Ning Qi's ears. With a boom, the devil Qi whirlpool in the sky increased by several times. When the people outside the demonic land saw this, their faces revealed shock. Earlier on, the devil grounds were shrinking inch by inch. But now it was shrinking by zhang. If this were to continue, it wouldn't take more than a few months before the devil grounds disappeared. In the future, there would be one less place for everyone to cultivate in. Just what kind of existence is absorbing the devil Qi so crazily, damn it? Many of the demon clans had originally planned to enter the demonic land once every 100 years for the next few thousand years. But according to the situation, this would be their last time entering the demonic land. As a result, the main culprit behind the changes in the demon lands was being cursed by countless demons. Its speed has increased again. If it's really caused by the artifact, then the grade of this artifact is very likely to be a true demon artifact. Devil Demon looked at the changes in the demonic land, and his mind raced. Suddenly his eyes flashed with greed. Magic tool. This was a secret treasure that could only be possessed by Earth demon rank existences. A true demonic tool, no matter how low its grade was, could display very frightening battle power. Ghost had cultivated for so long, yet the secret treasure he used was only close to a demonic tool. However, compared to a true demonic tool, there was still a huge gap. It was said that a long time ago, the land under their feet had experienced an extremely terrifying upheaval. Before this upheaval, even sky demon level existences could be seen everywhere, and ordinary demons could own demonic weapons. However, After the upheaval, all existences above sky demon level had died, and demonic weapons had become extremely rare. Occasionally, 1 or 2 demonic weapons that had been passed down from ancient times would be unearthed, and it would cause a reign of terror. Countless earth demon level existences would come forth to fight for them, and even sky demon level existences might act. Right now, there might be a demonic weapon unearthed in the demonic land, and this news had not spread yet. Devil Demon was ecstatic. Out of the corner of his eyes, Ling Sutian caught a flash of joy on Devil Demon's face, and immediately sent a voice transmission to Ling Suze Duo. Quickly go back and inform the tribe. Just say that there might be a demonic weapon unearthed in the demonic land. Ling Suze Duo was slightly startled and quietly stepped back step by step. Where are you going? Devil Demon suddenly turned and looked at Ling Suze Duo. Lord Devil Demon, I'm not going anywhere. Ling Suze Duo's face showed a trace of an embarrassed smile. That's good. Devil Demon smiled, turned around, and continued to pay attention to the demonic land. Ling Suze Duo's back was full of cold sweat, and he looked at Ling Sutian helplessly. Ling Sutian shook his head slightly. With Devil Demon around, it was probably impossible for them to secretly send a message. Then he would just stay here and see if the changes in the demonic land were caused by the demonic weapon. In the demonic land, the remnant will seem to be truly angered, and after letting out a roar, the demonic chi that entered Ning Chi's body increased by dozens of times. An arrow of blood shot out from Ning Chi's mouth, and that half of his demonic body became extremely ferocious because of the terrifying demonic chi. Black earthworms kept swimming under his skin, and Ning Chi's physical strength was crazily increasing, and his speed was many times faster than before. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 10,000 creation points. Ding! Congratulations! The system's notification suddenly sounded, and Ning Chi, who was suffering from severe pain, was slightly startled, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. Ha ha ha! Not enough, faster! I heard that you are a sky demon. Could it be that the means of a sky demon are so weak? And ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 10,000 creation points. Ding! The place where Ning Chi was almost condensed into a substance by the devil chi, wrapping him tightly within it. The crazy devil chi surged into Ning Chi's body, tempering his demonic body. The power of the devil ancestor golden body incantation rose layer by layer, and the pleasant sound of the system's notification rang again and again. Originally, Ning Chi needed a total of 100 million creation points to advance to an 8 tribulation creator. But in this short period of time, he had gained hundreds of thousands of creation points. As long as the demonic chi continued, his creation points could increase infinitely, and to Ning Chi, it was an unexpected surprise. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to break through to the 8 tribulation realm in one go. Ning Chi's eyes flashed, and the intense pain from his demonic body was now insignificant to Ning Chi. So what if it was painful if it could increase his strength? Soon, a full 7 days had passed, and the huge demonic land had shrunk a lot. The demonic chi that was missing had been completely absorbed by Ning Chi, and the strength of Ning Chi's physical body was also several times stronger than before he entered the demonic land. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that the demonic chi seemed to have weakened. What's wrong? Can't do it anymore? Since you want my body, you have to use all your strength. Do you want to become a joke among the demons? And the demonic chi surged again. That's it. Again. 1 month later. Can't do it again? Don't make me look down on you, as the remnant will of a sky demon. You should have the dignity of a sky demon. And, so comfortable. If you put in a little more effort, this body of mine will be yours. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. During this period of time, teasing this remnant had become a habit. Chapter 1890. As long as I live, you live after getting along with them for more than 2 months. Ningqi had his own speculation about the so-called curse of the Devil Land. What Zi Qingyue and the others were afraid of, the curse that could make people die suddenly the next day, was probably the devil qi mixed with the remnant will. Ningqi didn't know why the remnant will disappeared for a while and then appeared for a while. Anyway, as long as it appeared, there was a trace of will in the devil qi. Such devil qi entered the body of ordinary devils in order to take over their body. However, it might have forgotten that it was once a sky devil. Ordinary devils couldn't bear it at all, and the only result was death. Perhaps those human devils, earth devils, and even sky devils didn't think about dealing with the curse head-on. So far, they didn't know that there was still the remnant will of the dead sky devil in the Devil Land. This remnant will was hiding in the mighty devil qi, looking for a body that could bear it, trying to come to the world again. But after so many years, it still couldn't find a suitable body. Or it could be said that when it woke up, it had already left the Devil Land. Time could wear away everything. In addition, when it was in a deep slumber, countless devil races had entered the Devil Land to fight for the devil qi. So its condition was getting weaker and weaker. Now that it had finally found a perfect body like Ning Qi that could bear its power, it was naturally not willing to let it go. That was why the previous scene happened. However, compared to Shinggong Immortal Master, who was in a desperate situation, the remnant will of the Devil Land was as weak as an ant, and it did not have any subjective consciousness. Ning Qi suspected that it was only the lingering will of the Sky Demon level master after he died. Under Ning Qi's provocation, it foolishly sent all the devil qi into Ning Qi's body, trying to take over his body. Unfortunately, this idea was extremely naive in Ning Qi's eyes. The remnant will couldn't shake Ning Qi's divine soul at all, let alone take over his body. When Ning Qi devoured all the devil qi in the Devil Land and refined it, this remnant would disappear completely from this world. Your power is getting weaker and weaker. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of disappointment in his tone. From the looks of it, the remaining demonic aura was unable to help him break through to the 8th tribulation realm. However, the benefits he obtained this time were also very considerable. The amount of demonic energy in Ning Qi's body had almost caught up to the amount of immortal energy and was about to reach a balance. Once he finished absorbing the demonic energy, he would be able to reach this level. In addition, devil energy itself was the best energy in the world to refine one's body. Even the immortal qi couldn't be compared to it. Otherwise, Little Six wouldn't have said that a devil could kill an immortal emperor with one punch. Ning Qi couldn't imagine that kind of power. That level was too far away from him at the moment, but his current strength had increased by several levels. Before entering the immortal prison, even a Yuan Venerate like 10x couldn't take more than a few punches from Ning Qi. His pure physical strength had already reached the peak of the 9 Tribulation Creator realm and was infinitely close to that threshold. Now, Ning Qi had absorbed such a majestic demonic energy that was left behind by the Sky Demon. After countless refinements, the quality of the demonic energy was far superior to ordinary demonic energy. Under the tempering of this demonic energy, Ning Qi's strength had already broken through the shackles of the 9 Tribulation Creator realm. Although he hadn't become an 8 Tribulation Creator realm, Ning Qi was confident that he wouldn't be as powerless as before when he faced the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor again. It was also possible for them to fight. This realm can be called half-step human immortal. Half-step human demon seems more appropriate. After all, I'm using devil energy to continuously refine my physical body to reach this level. I'm walking on the path of refining my body. Little Six said that the immortal race seeks immortality, and in the end they abandon their physical bodies and allow their souls to exist forever. This is the correct path. On the other hand, the demon race only seeks immortality and doesn't care too much about the souls. This is an extreme path that can't be taken. From the looks of it now, it's necessary for the souls to exist forever, and it's also necessary for the body to be immortal and indestructible. The latter is much simpler, more direct, and more violent than the former. Now that I have the body of an immortal and a demon, I can walk both paths together. This is the advantage. If it wasn't for the demonic energy tempering his body, Ning Qi could only continuously cultivate the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique and break through to the 10th heaven if he wanted to improve his physical strength. At the same time, he had to break through to the 8th tribulation realm. Only then would he be able to compete with the Tao Yin celestial emperor. Now, he only had devil energy, filling his body, and absorbed the refined devil energy left behind by some unlucky sky demon. He had already refined his physical body to this level without any obstacles. He hadn't met any bottlenecks, and he didn't need to go through any tribulations. This was the benefit of the demon race's body tempering. They didn't have any so-called bottlenecks. As long as their cultivation technique was profound enough, they had enough devil energy, and they lived long enough. Their physical body could be strengthened endlessly, and finally reach a level that was comparable to the immortal emperor. I wonder if any of the ancestors have tried it before. If not, I'll be the first person to try it. Maybe if I'm not careful, I'll step into the abyss. Ning Qi had never heard Little Six mention the immortal and demon dual cultivation. From Little Six's previous words, it seemed that as long as an immortal came into contact with devil energy, he would be demonized and lose his mind. From the looks of it, there were only two possibilities. 1. No one in the immortal race had ever tried the immortal and demon dual cultivation. 2. Even if they tried, they might be demonized halfway and die. That was why there wasn't any news about it. Otherwise, Little Six would know about it. No matter what, I've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. I want to see what kind of world is at the end of the immortal and demon dual cultivation. A sharp light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, "I've already devoured all of your devil energy. What's the point of keeping the remaining devil energy? Enter my body and help me break through. In the future, as long as I'm alive, you'll live. Otherwise, you'll truly disappear from this world." Live, despair, unwillingness, sorrow. Mixed within the roar were all sorts of emotions. In the next moment, the little remaining devil energy in the demonic lands surged madly into Ning Qi's body. In less than 10 minutes, there wasn't a trace of devil energy left in the vast demonic lands. The demons nearby watched this scene with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, they could only see a few dozen feet into the demonic lands. But now, there was nothing obstructing them. They could see the end of the demonic lands with a single glance. This meant that the fog of devil energy had completely disappeared. What on earth was it that managed to devour so much devil energy? Although there isn't much devil energy left after so many years, it should at least be equivalent to half a demonic human, right? Look, that figure. Chapter 1891. Balance of Immortal and Demon. Master Beixian? Duo Liu and the other two stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. They weren't sure if this was the Lord Beixian they knew, because Ning Qi was currently in the immortal demon state. Is it him? Willis stared fixedly at Ning Qi, feeling a little doubtful in his heart. He wasn't sure whether this body was Ning Qi or not. Wasn't it a little too big? Just sitting down, it was already 100 zhang tall. Beixian, just what kind of clan is this? What kind of bloodline flows in his body? Why does it look so strange? Just what is the aura emitted by that half of his body? Zi Qingyue recognized Ning Qi at a glance, and her eyes revealed a trace of shock. The devil qi in her body was boiling, seemingly affected by the immortal qi. It's him, the one who killed so Close. No wonder Close died in his hands. He's a half-step human demon. Worthless Ling Shu stared coldly at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, he did not lose his rationality because of his anger. Although Ning Qi was sitting down and was quite a distance away from him, The demonic aura emanating from Ning Qi's body far surpassed his, giving off an irresistible feeling. Lingshu Ze Duo's eyes were filled with disbelief, especially when he felt Ning Qi's terrifying aura. He couldn't help but clench his fists. How can he be so strong? Why? What a powerful aura! Jade Bone's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Ning Qi and murmured to herself. When Enris heard her words, he was so angry that smoke almost came out of his nostrils. He stared at Ning Qi with hatred. When he thought of the humiliation Ning Qi gave him before, Enris couldn't help but tremble. He was angry, but the difference in their cultivation was too big. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on others. Luckily, Master is here. Beixian, just wait for your death. Enris's gaze fell on Ghost, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. When he looked at Ning Qi again, he revealed a bone-chilling sneer. He's the one who absorbed all the demonic energy here. Who is he? Judging from his appearance, he looks like a demon. Damn it, this kind of despicable thing actually plundered all the demonic qi in the demonic land. We'll have one less place to cultivate in the future. The eyes of the demons nearby fell on Ning Qi in unison, and their eyes were filled with anger, resentment, and hatred. Cultivation resources were the most important to the demon race. Sometimes it was very common for them to attack their companions for cultivation resources. Ning Qi was equivalent to robbing them of the cultivation resources that should have belonged to them. If not for the aura that Ning Qi was exuding at this moment, he would have been torn to shreds by these demons who wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. The magic tool is on him, or was the devil Qi devoured by him? If that's the case, I'm afraid that his cultivation technique is many levels higher than mine. Now that the devil Qi has just been devoured, it must not have been completely condensed. If I devour it, my cultivation might advance to the next level. A trace of greed flashed in Devil's eyes as he looked Ning Qi up and down countless times. The next moment, he moved slightly and appeared in front of Ning Qi. At the same time, Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and looked at Devil. Ghost Demon City Lord. Ghost Demon Level. Early stage human devil battle skill of the demon race. Palm of 8 directions. Health points. 30 yuan early stage human devil? A trace of fear flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Did you just devour all the demonic qi in this place? Devil looked at Ning Qi indifferently. He did not care about the immortal and demonic fusion state, as well as the incomparably majestic demonic qi. No matter how strong the other party was, he was only a half-step human devil. Compared to him, there was still a long way to go. I think so. Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, the devil qi in his body had reached a state of equilibrium with the immortal qi. After absorbing the last wave of devil qi, his fortune points had broken through to 80 million. With another 20 million, he would be able to break through to the 8 tribulations creator realm. Clenching his fist lightly, power flowed in it. Ning Qi felt stronger than ever. If he gave it his all, he would at least be no weaker than Daoyan. As expected of the demonic continent, its level is so much higher than the central continent. I've only been here for a short time, but my combat strength has already increased so much. Apart from the opportunity, it has something to do with the demonic qi. Without the demonic qi to temper my body, it would have taken me at least thousands of years to strengthen my body to this level. No wonder Dao Yan wanted to go to the immortal continent so much. Which tribe and clan are you from? Devil looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. I've lived for so many years, but I've never heard of this Beixian clan. Has it already declined? The corner of Devil's mouth curled up. Yes, it has. Ning Qi smiled. You're the only one left. Devil's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. There are countless people like me. Lord Devil, are you checking my residence? Ning Qi smiled. Although the other party had concealed it well, Ning Qi saw a flash of greed in Devil's eyes the moment he opened his eyes. Therefore, he was already prepared to attack. Early stage, demonic humans. This was an existence much stronger than Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor. Ning Qi's fighting spirit rose slightly. He wanted to see how far he was from this level. Countless. Devil's eyes were filled with mockery. He did not understand what Ning Qi meant by checking my residence, but he could hear the ridicule in Ning Qi's words. He doesn't have the aura of a demonic artifact on him, but he can devour all the demonic qi in the demonic land. It should be because of his cultivation method. Thinking of this, Devil smiled faintly. What cultivation method do you cultivate? Let me see. When the nearby devils heard this, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes, and they all looked at Ning Qi. He actually had a cultivation method that even a demonic human was interested in. Thinking of how Ning Qi devoured all the demonic qi in this place alone, the demons came to a realization. Then their eyes became extremely fiery. It's not a secret treasure, but a cultivation method? Heavenly Spirit Void and the others were slightly shocked. They had always thought that Ning Qi had used some kind of secret treasure to plunder all the demonic qi here. If it was a cultivation method, how terrifying would it be to be able to withstand the demonic qi refined by that sky demonic level expert? If Lord Devil just wants to see my cultivation method, there's no problem at all. Ning Qi smiled. You haven't finished digesting the demonic qi in your body, right? Other than the cultivation method, I'm also going to devour you. Is that okay? Devil said with a faint smile. Well, that's a big problem. Are you really going to be so ruthless? Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a pause, he said, In that case, don't look at the cultivation method. Whether you can devour me or not, we'll only know after we fight. Perhaps I'll devour you. Chapter 1892. Chapter 892. Eat my punch. Arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. And Gus looked at Ning Qi in exasperation. Ning Qi was not even a human demon. How dare he say such arrogant words in front of his master? Sister, isn't young Master Bei Xian courting death? Zi Qingxing's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Even if young Master Bei Xian didn't say such words, Lord Ghost Demon would not let him go. Zi Qingyue calmly transmitted her voice. There was one thing that she did not say. After all, Ning Qi's ability to devour a huge amount of demonic qi was something that even she was interested in. Little brother, I have experienced your realm before. At that time, I was arrogant and did not put the human demons in my eyes. However, only after fighting did I know that in the eyes of the human demons, there is no difference between a half-step human demon and an ordinary demonic creature. Ghost Demon let out a long laugh and directly sent a palm towards Ning Qi. Demon Clan's combat skill, 8 direction palm. At this moment, all the demonic qi in the surroundings gathered in Ghost Demon's palm. Accompanied by his own strength, it swept towards Ning Qi like a surging wave. Ghost Demon's strength was at least 20 times higher than Ning Qi's current strength. Coupled with the amplification of the Demon Clan's combat skill, the power of this palm had reached an extremely terrifying level. Ning Qi only had time to avoid the vital parts of his body before he was sent flying by Ghost Demon's palm. He disappeared in front of everyone like a cannonball. Ghost Demon smiled, his figure slightly moved, and he also disappeared on the spot. Chase! Lingshu Wutian shouted coldly and chased in the direction where the two disappeared. And Gus and Jade Bones also chased after them. The rest of the Demon Clan would not miss this kind of battle. Lingshu Zhe Duo originally planned to stay and suppress Zi Qingyue and the others, but he found that Zi Qingyue and the others had slipped away in the chaos. Humph! Lingshu Zhe Duo snorted coldly and did not intend to dwell on this matter anymore. He could kill Zi Qingyue and the others or not, but he would only feel at ease when he saw Ning Qi die. There were only a few half-step human demon geniuses in the Lingshu tribe. Since such an existence had become a sworn enemy, either the other party dies or he dies. Even an early-stage human demon is no match for it. Ning Qi was thinking as he fled. If he hadn't swallowed a huge amount of devil qi this time and allowed his body to reach the half-step human devil realm, Ghost Demon's palm just now would have been enough to kill him. That was a power many times stronger than Dao Yan's. Little Sixth Realm was also similar. With a thought, Ning Qi's body swayed once more. Ghost's attack grazed his shoulder, and his HP fell by another large margin. Little brother, hand over your cultivation method and let me have a look. Also, let me devour you so that you won't have to suffer any more physical pain. Devil followed closely behind Ning Qi, a sinister grin on his face. Ha ha ha, why don't you let me devour you? Ning Qi laughed wildly. Stubborn. Devil chuckled and sent out another palm strike. The speed of this palm was much faster than the previous one. Ning Qi had no time to dodge, and his back was directly hit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the next moment his body was completely demonized, and a trace of evil appeared on his face. In this state, Ning Qi couldn't feel any pain at all. Old man, you've hit me so many times. Take a punch from me. Ning Qi laughed evilly, turned around, and with a loud bang, rushed in front of Ghost Demon and punched him in the head. This scene was witnessed by everyone who had just arrived, and their eyes were filled with shock. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack a human demon? And a trace of disdain flashed in Ghost Demon's eyes. He stretched out his hand to block, and the power of Ning Qi's punch was dissolved. However, Ghost Demon's body swayed slightly. Although it was very slight and ordinary people couldn't detect it, he knew what this slight swaying represented. This power, it's several times stronger than when I was at this level. This guy's cultivation method is indeed mysterious. A trace of shock flashed in Ghost Demon's eyes, and it was replaced by an even more intense look of greed. Is it ineffective? Come again. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly, and he continued to attack Ghost Demon, with a trace of madness on his face. After Zi Qingyue and the others arrived, it was as if they couldn't recognize Ning Qi anymore. This was because Ning Qi gave them the impression that he was very calm before. At this moment, Ning Qi was full of evil and unruly, as if he was a completely different person. Ghost Demon blocked Ning Qi's attack while observing his power. He was surprised to find that the power of each punch was stronger than the previous one. This discovery made him even more certain that Ning Qi's cultivation method was extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions kept coming from the sky. That was the sound of Ning Qi's fists colliding with Ghost Demon. And Gus and the others stood in the distance, dumbfounded, watching the scene in disbelief. If such a punch landed on me, Ling Sutian narrowed his eyes, thinking for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. He was afraid that he could withstand at most 3 punches, and his defense would be broken. After that, he would probably be beaten to death by his opponent. In a short period of time, Ning Qi had already blasted out tens of thousands of punches. His muscles felt a trace of soreness, because Ning Qi used all his strength in every punch. This old guy's health bar didn't move at all. My attacks can't break his defense at all. As a half-step human demon genius, you have already surpassed most people. At least, the half-step human demons I have seen can't compare to you. What a pity. If I had met you before you entered the demonic land, I would have definitely taken you as my disciple. A trace of pity flashed in Ghost Demon's eyes. Ning Qi had absorbed a huge amount of demonic qi, and this demonic qi was very important to Ghost Demon. Perhaps he could use it to break through to the mid-stage human demon. Between a genius disciple and himself, Ghost Demon naturally chose the latter. After hearing Ghost Demon's sigh, the madness on Ning Qi's face disappeared. His form changed again, and he swung his saber. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared so suddenly that even Ghost Demon didn't have time to react. He subconsciously used the same method to block. He stretched out his right hand and gently pushed. Poochie blood splattered on the ground, and at the same time an arm fell to the ground. Ghost Demon's figure retreated dozens of feet, distancing himself from Ning Chi. He looked at his severed arm with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been cut in half by that saber. What kind of saber was that? How could it hurt the human demon body that he had condensed for countless years? What a pity. Ning Chi smiled. He knew that such an opportunity wouldn't come again. The madness just now was also intentional. It was to make his opponent lower his guard and close the distance. However, he was sure that the Dragon Slayer saber could still hurt a master of the human devil stage. Before this, Ning Chi was not sure about this. Hiss. Chapter 1893. The most mysterious. How could he injure Master? Enris looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Jade Bone was also shocked. As Ghost Demon's personal disciple, she knew more about Ghost Demon's strength than ordinary demons. Those who were below the human devil stage were just like ants. Logically speaking, if a human devil stage expert stood there motionlessly and didn't defend himself, those who were below the human devil stage shouldn't be able to hurt him at all. It's that saber. Finally, everyone came to their senses. Their eyes fell on the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Chi's hand. A saber that could hurt a human demon stage master must be a demonic weapon. Even if Child Beishian is defeated today, at least he won't be unknown anymore. I'm afraid that even the talents of the super tribes can't cut off one of the human demon stage's arms, right? Zi Qingyue and the others did not leave, but mixed in the crowd. Their eyes fell on Ning Chi with all kinds of splendor. A saber that can hurt a human demon can also kill a human demon. If this saber is in my hand, my strength will be comparable to a half-step human demon. Lingshu Wutian's eyes were burning with passion. In the huge Lingshu tribe, there were only 3 cultivation maniacs who stayed in seclusion all day long. They had the title of half-step human devil and were regarded as the true heavens chosen by the various elders of the tribe. The cultivation resources that were given to them could not be compared to even 100 Lingshu Wutians. Therefore, he dreamed of entering this realm. You very good. Ghost Demon looked at his broken arm indifferently. With a thought, the broken arm on the ground flew up and flew towards his wound. Although his expression was calm, there was a trace of joy in his heart. Not only did Ning Chi have a cultivation method that attracted him, but this saber was also a demonic weapon. It was a pleasant surprise. In addition, if he devoured Ning Chi and absorbed his demonic chi, he might be able to break through the shackles in front of him. In his eyes, Ning Chi had become a valuable treasure. Want to go back? No way. A saber light flashed, and the broken arm that was about to fly in front of Ghost Demon was suddenly turned into minced meat. Seeing this scene, Ghost Demon's face involuntarily twitched. A faint anger rose from his eyes. Hiss! The surrounding demons gasped when they saw this. They looked at Ning Chi as if they were looking at a madman. Ning Chi didn't mind, and a faint smile hung on his lips. He would definitely fight to the death with the other party, so why would he be afraid of offending the other party? Fine, Ghost muttered to himself. In the next moment, he appeared behind Ning Chi and slapped his palm on Ning Chi's back. The immense force caused Ning Chi's back to immediately cave in. His body shot into the distance like a cannonball. Ghost Demon didn't seem to intend to hold back. Without waiting for Ning Chi to hit the ground, he moved again and appeared on Ning Chi's other side, striking out with another palm. Bang, 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 the air exploded, and Ning Chi was like a lone boat in a storm. He was hit by the devil and drifted in all directions, spewing out mouthful after mouthful of blood mist. The HP above his head continued to decrease. Seeing this, the nearby demon race sneered, but they couldn't help but admire Ning Chi's ability to withstand so many blows from a human devil stage master. He was indeed a half-step human devil. It's about time. Ghost Demon smiled faintly. His opponent's defense was indeed unexpected, but it was still nothing in his hands. He was confident that his next punch would knock his opponent unconscious. If this continues, I will definitely die. Do I have to return to Fengtsuan Mountain so soon? Ning Chi's mind raced. Although his injuries were serious, they wouldn't threaten his life for a while because his recovery ability had also been strengthened. A steady stream of devil chi was nourishing his body. Compared to the immortal chi, devil chi had a more significant effect on the recovery of the body. If I go back now, I won't have to be afraid of Dao Yan anymore. However, I haven't found their whereabouts, so it will take some effort to come back again. Wait! I don't have enough Dragon Slayer crystals. Ning Chi suddenly remembered the most important thing. His Dragon Slayer crystals weren't enough to teleport back to Fengtsuan Mountain. At this moment, Ghost Demon's punch was about to land on him. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange power appeared in Ning Chi's body. Before Ning Chi could react, Ghost Demon's punch had already landed on him. Boom! Ning Chi's body heavily hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, it doesn't seem to hurt that much, and my health didn't drop much. Ning Chi looked at his body in surprise. He found that the power of Ghost Demon's punch had been weakened by the mysterious power in his body, but it also seemed to have dispersed a lot of the mysterious power. The dispersed power was gradually assimilating into Ning Chi's body. This feeling was extremely mysterious. This must be the fruit of fortune hidden in my blood. It came out once when Shingon Immortal Lord wanted to possess me. This time it came out again when Ghost Demon wanted to kill me. Ghost Demon's punch seems to be able to help me assimilate the fruit of fortune into my body. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. The system had sent Ning Chi all the way back to Earth to retrieve the fruit of fortune. The power of this fruit must be extraordinary. If he could completely absorb it, it would be extremely beneficial to his body. He should be dead, right? No, Lord Ghost Demon has shown mercy. This kid has absorbed a huge amount of devil chi. It's only effective if he swallowed it alive. But that punch just now was too powerful. Everyone looked at the dust cloud with curiosity in their eyes. Ghost Demon stood in the void with a faint smile. Soon, the dust dissipated. He's still standing. Lingshu Wutian was in disbelief. Lingshu Ziwo even rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not hallucinating. He looked at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. Child Beixian is really tough. Zi Qingyue and the rest had a strange look on their faces. Lord Beixian is fine. Duo Lu and the other two were excited. How much strength did Master use in that punch? Enris and Jade Bones exchanged a look and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Is he holding on, or is he really fine? No wonder Lord Ghost Demon wants his cultivation technique. This kid must be cultivating an unparalleled devil art. The elders of the 3 major clans of Ghost Demon City stared at Ning Chi. Not only them, but every demon who witnessed the scene with their own eyes also looked at Ning Chi with endless greed in their eyes. Ning Chi raised the corner of his lips and looked at Ghost Demon with a smile. Ghost Demon, your punch is not strong enough. Did you not eat enough today? Ghost Demon's face twitched as he looked at Ning Chi with a fake smile. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Did I really not eat enough today? If that's the case, I'll just have to punch a few more times. Chapter 1894. Ancient Immortal Demon Body Bang. Bang bang. Ghost Demon punched Ning Chi several more times. The power that could tear apart anything rushed into Ning Chi's body and was absorbed by the fruit of fortune. On the surface, Ning Chi appeared to be in a sorry state, as if he had no way to fight back against Ghost Demon. However, only Ning Chi knew that after the mysterious power of the fruit of fortune was scattered by Ghost Demon. It fused into his body and seemed to be gradually transforming his body. If he absorbed all of it, Ning Chi wasn't sure what would happen to his body, but he believed that it would be a good change. What's going on? Ghost Demon sensed it, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was well aware of the power of his punches, but apart from being unable to fight back, Ning Chi didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. The demons nearby looked at Ning Chi dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Ning Chi was so tenacious. Ghost, can you use more strength? Those punches seemed to have lost the demeanor of a human demon. Ning Chi grinned and said, Child Beixian is really... Zi Qingyue and the others looked at Ning Chi speechlessly. Ling Shuutian looked at Ning Chi with fear in his eyes. Ning Chi was not only strong, but he was also very bold. Even the half-step human demon geniuses of his tribe would not dare to be so arrogant in front of a human demon expert. Ling Shuutian, who had always thought that Ning Chi had humiliated him in Ghost Demon City, suddenly felt a little better. Since Ning Chi didn't even give face to Lord Ghost, it seemed that he wasn't the only one. Damn you! How dare you humiliate Master like this? And Gus stared at Ning Chi angrily. Do you want to see the real power of a human demon? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Ghost looked at Ning Chi indifferently. Ning Chi's performance aroused his curiosity again. He wanted to see what Ning Chi's limit was. 8-direction convergence palm. The demonic chi of heaven and earth crazily pressed toward Ning Chi. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from where Ning Chi was standing. Before the mushroom cloud dissipated, Ning Chi's voice came from inside. Not enough. Again. All right. A sharp light flashed in Devil's eyes. He had already used his full strength in that palm strike. Yet he still wasn't able to kill this brat. The limits of this brat had truly exceeded his expectations. However, he wanted to see how many punches this brat could withstand. Boom! Ning Chi was sent flying towards several devils, who immediately dodged. At the place where they had been standing, Ning Chi had smashed a huge pit with a radius of more than 10 feet. Ha ha ha, it's not enough. Ning Chi stood up and laughed heartily at Devil. Boom! Still not enough. Again. Boom! 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 A crazed expression appeared on Devil's face. Ning Chi was sent flying in all directions, but every time, Ning Chi managed to stand up unscathed. Originally, Ghost Demon was very calm. However, after an hour, he could no longer remain calm. His opponent's physical defense was more terrifying than any expert at the early stage of human devil that he had ever seen. If it was someone with the same cultivation as him, he would not be able to stand up after such a fierce attack. Lord Ghost Demon, is this all you've got? Ning Chi stood in a huge pit and looked at Devil with a smile. After an hour of beating, the power of the Fruit of Fortune had mostly been dispersed and integrated into his body. Ning Chi had already discovered the effect of this power on him. His defensive power had increased by a lot. Compared to before, it was really incomparable. However, his strength had not increased. Everyone looked at Ning Chi in silence. They were no longer shocked. Whether it was Ling Sutian, Enris, or the others, they had never heard of a half-step human devil being able to last so long in the hands of a true early-stage human devil. They even suspected that Devil was showing mercy. Heavenly ghost, devil body. Gue Emo murmured. In the next moment, his body suddenly grew several times larger, turning into a giant that was over 10 meters tall. 4 arms grew from his back, and his entire body was muscular. Just by standing there, everyone could feel the incomparably terrifying power within Gue Mo's body. At this moment, Devil's aura was at least 2 times stronger than before. Master actually traced back to the source. Is that guy really that strong? Enris murmured to himself. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Ghost Clan has 4 Netherworld ghost arms. It is indeed true. It was also Ling Sutian's first time seeing Devil's true body. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is his real trump card. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Devil did not give Ning Qi any time to react. He directly appeared in front of Ning Qi, and the 4 arms burning with black flames on his back bombarded Ning Qi's body. This punch directly dispersed all the remaining mysterious power in Ning Qi's body, and it completely integrated into Ning Qi's body. Ding! Congratulations on perfectly absorbing the fruit of fortune and obtaining the primordial immortal demon divine body. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Ning Qi's body expanded uncontrollably and soon surpassed Devil's height, turning into a giant that was hundreds of feet tall. In his eyes, all the demons were as insignificant as ants. At this moment, the immortal Qi and demon Qi had already merged into one, forming a brand new power. It had the versatility of the immortal Qi, but also the evilness of the demon Qi. It seemed to have combined the advantages of the 2 powers. Devil's face turned a little ugly. With a low roar, his body also expanded continuously, reaching the same height as Ning Qi. The 4 netherworld ghost arms behind him ruthlessly hammered at Ning Qi. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The target of this bolt of lightning seemed to be Ning Qi, but Devil was standing very close to Ning Qi. Both of them were struck by the bolt of lightning. Heavenly Tao! Why would the Heavenly Tao attack Master? Enris's face was filled with horror. The lightning had descended from the sky, just like the lightning tribulation. Clearly, the Heavenly Tao had made a move. Senior brother, we can't stay here for long. Jade Bones reminded him, then turned and ran. Countless demons retreated at this moment, fleeing hundreds of miles into the sky, looking at the sky in disbelief. Before they knew it, all the clouds in the sky had disappeared. A black vortex was extremely obvious, and that was where the bolt of lightning had come from. I haven't broken through yet. Why is the lightning tribulation already here? Devil was struck by the bolt of lightning, and a few pieces of his flesh were almost cooked. He looked up into the sky in shock and anger. At this moment, another bolt of lightning descended. The Heavenly Tao's target is him? Could it be that the cultivation method he cultivates is not tolerated in this world? Devil came to a realization. Ning Qi was only a half-step human demon. Even if he had broken through, the Heavenly Tao would not send such a terrifying lightning tribulation. In that case, the reason for all this might be related to the sudden change in Ning Qi's aura. Devil wanted to retreat. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to face the Heavenly Tao directly. Don't leave. Let's go together. Chapter 1895. Platinum Gift packed the demons nearby were dumbfounded as they watched Ning Qi and Ghost Demon hugging each other and being struck by the Heavenly Tao's lightning bolts. Master is in danger. Jade Bones wore a solemn look on her face. Enris's expression turned ugly. Even without Jade Bones' reminder, he could already see the current situation. Devil's body was emitting a charred smell. On the contrary, Ning Qi's injuries weren't as severe as Devil's. Everyone was shocked. This meant that Ning Qi's physical defense had most likely surpassed Devil's. A half-step human demon had the defensive power of an early-stage human demon. What kind of genius was this? He was a complete freak. This time Devil, Ling Xiantian stared at Ghost and Ning Qi. Judging from their current state, he came to a conclusion. If the lightning tribulation did not stop and continued to strike like this, Ghost would most likely be the first to die. Third brother, hurry back to the tribe and send a message. Tell them that a demonic artifact has appeared here. Tell those early human devil elders to come here together. Ling Xiantian transmitted his voice. Spirit Void Zhe Duo immediately nodded, turned around, and flew away. Although Ghost Demon noticed this, he could do nothing because he was being held tightly by Ning Qi. Together, they were enduring the lightning tribulation that was about to destroy his soul. Damn it! Break! Devil roared angrily. His muscles bulged as he tried to push Ning Chi's arms away, but "Don't go!" Ning Chi wildly laughed and used all of his strength to tightly hold onto Devil. Because he was using so much strength, his arms gave off cracking sounds. The lightning tribulation came at the right time. Ning Chi knew that his attacks would not be able to break through Devil's defenses. However, after fusing with the fruit of fortune's power, his defensive power had multiplied. It had already surpassed Devil's. Now that the lightning tribulation had appeared, how could Ning Chi let go of such an opportunity? As long as he could withstand a few more strikes than Devil, Devil would definitely die first. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down, striking the top of their heads. Ning Chi grimaced in pain. Ghost Demon's eyes were a little slack. From the beginning until now, he and Ning Chi had withstood no less than 30 lightning tribulations. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. Do you really want to drag me down with you? Let go of me, and I will leave this place immediately. I will not trouble you in the future. Devil bit the tip of his tongue and focused his gaze once again as he looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. Are you begging for mercy? Didn't you want to eat me just now? You want to see my cultivation technique? Are you going to beg for mercy now? Ning Chi laughed. When the devils heard this, their expressions became strange, and they looked at Ghost Demon with disdain. There was a trace of anger in Ghost Demon's eyes. Before he could speak, the lightning tribulation struck again. It's impossible for you to leave. Stay behind and share the destructive power of the lightning tribulation with me. If you are lucky, you will be able to endure it. If not, then you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Ning Chi laughed and added more strength to his arms, holding Ghost Demon tightly. You damn thing. After today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ghost Demon could no longer maintain his early-stage human devil composure and cursed loudly. However, his curses could not withstand the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky. Boom! 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 Enris was dumbfounded as he watched Devil's pained expression, which was accompanied by curses. He had never seen Devil reveal such a side, so it was easy to imagine the extent of Devil's rage at the moment. 2 hours later, the lightning tribulation continued to descend. The area within a radius of several hundred miles became a giant pit, and not even a blade of grass grew. Ghost Demon's 4 underworld ghost arms drooped weakly. In the next moment, his body shrank and returned to its original size. After more than 2 hours of lightning tribulation, this early-stage human devil finally could not hold on any longer. His internal injuries were extremely serious. There was only a thin layer of blood left on his head. Don't waste it. I haven't killed an early-stage human devil yet. Ning Chi's condition was slightly better than Ghost Demon's. Although every inch of his flesh was almost charred because of the lightning tribulation, at least he still had the strength to swing his saber. There was a flash of saber light. Ghost Demon's head flew high into the sky. The blood on his head was also instantly depleted. His soul burrowed out of his corpse unwillingly and looked at Ning Chi with hatred. At this moment, a black shadow appeared beside Ghost Demon. With a sinister smile, he extended a sickle and hooked it around Ghost Demon's neck. A cultivator from the netherworld? It's a little different from the ones in the central continent. Ning Chi was slightly startled. Ghost Demon's soul was instantly taken away by the cultivator from the netherworld. Ning Chi did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Other than the fact that he was still within the range of the lightning tribulation, the aura of the cultivator from the netherworld was also the reason why Ning Chi did not make a move. His aura was extremely strong. At least, it was stronger than Ghost Demon's. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early-stage human devil expert. 300,000 creation points bonus reward. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first kill of the human devil achievement. You are rewarded with a large platinum gift bag. Please open the gift bag within 24 hours. The reward will expire after that. A large platinum gift bag. How long has it been since I received a reward from the system? Ning Qi's eyes were brimming with tears. However, he did not have the time to check the gift bag now. The surrounding demons were eyeing him covetously. He exchanged the dragon-slaying crystal for a healing pill and swallowed it. Master is dead. Enris looked at the scene in disbelief. Jade Bones was as shocked as him. She never thought that her master would die in the hands of a half-step human devil. Although she did not believe it, Ghost Demon's corpse was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. The surrounding demons looked at the scene in shock. They could not come to their senses for a long time. When the sound of the lightning tribulation rang out in the sky again, they looked at Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with fear, horror, and shock. This kid actually killed a human devil. Although I heard that Ghost Demon's cultivation is only at the early stage human devil, he is still a human devil. It should be just luck. If not for the lightning tribulation, Lord Ghost Demon would not have died in the hands of this kid. This kid just borrowed the power of the lightning tribulation. That makes sense. But why does Lord Ghost Demon still have the strength to lift his saber when he is seriously injured? That's because of his cultivation technique. The demons looked at Ning Qi greedily. Lord Bei Xian is amazing. Duo Lu and the other two looked at Ning Qi in surprise, then exchanged glances. Chapter 1896. Complicated emotions. Even Ghost Demon died in his hands. Should I escape or not? Willis hesitated, his eyes fixed on Ning Qi. He wanted to escape from this place, but at the same time he wanted to see Ning Qi die under the lightning tribulation. But very soon he no longer had to struggle. After Ghost Demon's death, the Heavenly Tao sent down another 9 lightning tribulations, but they didn't kill Ning Qi. Then the black hole in the sky disappeared. Ning Qi's body was charred black, and his skin had turned into charcoal. His heaving chest told everyone that he wasn't dead yet. At this moment, Spirit Void suddenly made his move. He flew in front of Ning Qi and sent a punch towards Ning Qi's head. Shameless. Zi Qingyue couldn't help but snort when she saw Spirit Void's action. She leaped into the air. Zi Qingxing and the rest reacted immediately. They joined hands with Zi Qingyue, wanting to stop Spirit Void. Should we go too? If we can kill him, we can at least obtain that demonic artifact. The elders of the 3 major clans in Ghost Demon City glanced at each other. Without waiting for them to make a move, the demons in the surroundings had already soared into the sky, attacking Ning Qi. These demons are too shameless. They actually took advantage of Lord Bei Xian's injuries to attack. Duo Lu and the other 2 strongly condemned the actions of the demons. But other than condemning, they didn't do anything else. Ning Qi's body was huge. Even though he was sitting, he was still 150 zhang tall. The demons in the surroundings were like a swarm of flies compared to Ning Qi. It's too late. Zi Qingyue suddenly stopped and sighed. Spirit Void's speed was too fast. She couldn't stop him in time. Christy, Zi Qingxing, and Deburu stood behind Zi Qingyue with a trace of worry in their eyes. Compared to the others, Ning Qi had, after all, teamed up with them and even killed Yama, Immature Devil, and Dawn Moon for them. Even Deburu didn't wish for Ning Qi to die in the hands of this group of rascals after killing Devil and surviving the lightning tribulation. Die! And Gus blended into the crowd and displayed his strongest combat skill, preparing to avenge his master. Since Ning Qi had killed Devil, Ghost Demon City would soon be occupied by other Devil Realm experts. As Devil Realm's direct disciple, Angus could only leave his hometown. In just one night, he fell from a high position that everyone revered into an abyss. The hatred between him and Ning Qi was absolutely irreconcilable. I've recovered 30% of my strength. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. He did not look closely at the medicinal pill he had just exchanged. He only knew that it was a healing, medicinal pill. One pill cost 100,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. Its effects were pretty good. His HP had recovered by 30%, and his strength had also recovered a little. At least, it was enough to deal with these ants. Usually I'm the Oreo behind. You want to take this opportunity to kill me? Looking at the group of ants before him, a sharp glint flashed across Ningqi's eyes. Coincidentally, Empyrean Spirit's fist smashed heavily against Ningqi's head at the same time. Boom! The huge aftershock caused the nearby demons to lose their balance. After stabilizing themselves in the air with great difficulty, they saw a shocking scene. Empyrean Spirit struggled in Ningqi's palm. His face was incomparably pale. How can your injuries recover so quickly? Empyrean Spirit looked at Ningqi in disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Ningqi's terrifying power. The other party had been beaten up by Devil for so long and was even struck by the Thunder Tribulation. Even Devil Realm was killed because of the Thunder Tribulation. How could he still have such power? There are many things that you don't know. Ningqi swept his eyes around and did not see Empyrean Spirit Zayudo. He immediately knew what was going on. He smiled at Empyrean Spirit and squeezed hard. Smack! Empyrean Spirit Zayudo instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. He was dead. He still has battle strength. The nearby demons were horrified and turned to flee. And Gus, who wanted to take revenge for Devil Realm, was among them. The moment Empyrean Spirit Zayudo was caught by Ningqi, he had already fled. You think I let you go so easily? Then I'll write my name backwards. Ningqi laughed, stood up, and stomped heavily on the ground. With this stomp, at least hundreds of demons were trampled to death by Ningqi. Zi Qingyue and the others looked at this scene in shock. In the blink of an eye, almost all the demons in the surroundings were killed, and only a few escaped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. You've been rewarded with 200 creation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. You've been rewarded with 400 creation points. The system's notifications kept ringing. Although it was not comparable to the 300,000 creation points given by Devil Realm, it was a lot. There were at least 7,000 or 8,000 demons in the vicinity. Ningqi could get at least 500,000 creation points if he killed all of them. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, and Gus said with a look of lingering fear, if I had known this would happen, I would have left from the beginning. That guy's battle strength is too terrifying. Willis was filled with regret. The two of them happened to walk side by side. They looked at each other and saw a trace of joy in each other's eyes. Soon, all the demons around Ningqi were killed. Only those demons who did not attack at the beginning were still alive. A trace of lingering fear appeared on their faces. Fortunately, they were not blinded by greed and attacked each other. Otherwise, they would have become corpses with incomplete bones. Miss Jade Bone, where's your senior brother? Ningqi's eyes suddenly fell on Jade Bone. Jade Bone's expression was very complicated. From the first time she saw Ningqi, she felt that he was different. Compared to the demons she had seen before, there was a trace of a sense of transcendence. Otherwise, she would not have specially walked into that shop and made friends with Ningqi. But now her master was killed by Ningqi, and the two of them had already formed an irreconcilable hatred. Senior brother ran away. If you want to kill me, then do it. Jade Bone said coldly, you didn't attack me just now, so I naturally won't kill you. You can go. Ningqi smiled, but you killed my master. If there's a chance, I will definitely avenge him. Jade Bone was stunned. The demons had always been ruthless, but he actually didn't kill her? Does he have that kind of feeling for me? Thinking of this, Jade Bone's expression became even more complicated. Your master wanted to kill me. If I don't kill him, am I supposed to wait for death? If Miss Jade Bone thinks that I did something wrong, feel free to seek revenge for me in the future. Ningqi smiled. Then, I'm leaving. Jade Bone looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression and turned to leave. Child Bei Xian, Lingshu Zhe Duo has gone back to report. We shouldn't stay here for long. Seeing that Ningqi let Jade Bone go, Zi Qingyue's eyes flashed with a smile. Let's go. Chapter 1897. 9 Inner Hidden Gates Spirit Hollow Tribe. There were dozens of mountain ranges, and countless demonic creatures were excavating mineral resources on these mountain ranges. Only 1 or 2 demons were watching from the side. These demonic creatures were sweating profusely and did not dare to stop. Otherwise, they would face the punishment of those demons. When Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo returned to the tribe, he attracted the attention of many demons. After all, his branch also had 2 heavenly geniuses, Endless Spirit Void Sky and Close Spirit Void. In the eyes of those demons, these 2 had a chance to become half-step demons. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo, their third brother. Those demons who were weaker than Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo would come forward to greet him, their faces showing flattery. Normally, Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo would naturally return the greeting. Even if the other party was weaker than him, as a demon, he would not offend them. Who knew if one of these branches would suddenly have a heavenly genius and soar to the sky? However, because of what happened in the demonic land this time, Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo did not have this patience. He hurriedly nodded and rushed to the main altar of the Spirit Hollow tribe. The elders of the tribe were basically here to cultivate. Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo is in such a hurry. Could it be that something has happened in the demonic land? This time, the other branches did not go. Only their branch went. With Endless Spirit Void Sky and Closed Spirit Void, it is reasonable to say that it is enough to deter the demonic land. Who would dare to behave atrociously in the territory of our Spirit Hollow tribe? Seeing Spirit Hollow Zhe Duo in such a hurry, the demons who came forward to greet him looked at each other and whispered to each other. Compared to those tribes that only had early-stage human demons, middle-stage human demons, late-stage human demons, and consummate human demons, the strength of the Spirit Void tribe was enough to look down on the surrounding thousands of miles. In this world, it could at least be regarded as a mid-tier force. Except for some blind devil cultivators, they had not encountered any force that dared to provoke the Spirit Void tribe. After all, the Spirit Hollow tribe had 10 experts in the Spirit Hollow tribe. 1 was at the peak of the Spirit Hollow tribe. 1 was at the late stage, and half of them were at the middle stage and early stage. In addition, the Spirit Hollow Lord was an early Earth demon who had cultivated for countless years. Such strength would be respected wherever he went. The main altar. Zhe Duo, why didn't you stay in the demonic land? Why did you rush to the altar? Just as he entered the main altar, Lingshu Zhe Duo was stopped by an elder. This elder was one of the 10 human devil stage experts. His aura was similar to that of Ghost Demon. Ling Su Zhe Duo's eyes were filled with surprise because this elder just happened to be the ancestor of his branch and had some friendship with Ghost Demon. Founding ancestor, something bad has happened. A demonic artifact has appeared in the demonic land. Lord Devil is currently fighting with the owner of the demonic artifact. Lingshu Zhe Duo hurriedly said, What? Magic tool? Spirit Void Mountain Splitter was startled. Then his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The huge Spirit Void tribe only had 2 demonic artifacts. 1 was in the hands of the Lord of Spirit Void, and the other was in the hands of the Great Elder who had reached the peak of the human devil stage. Should be quiet. Spirit Hollow Mountain immediately reacted and motioned for Spirit Hollow Lake Duo to speak softly. When he heard Spirit Hollow Lake Duo's report, Spirit Hollow Mountain's eyes narrowed. There's no need to disturb others with such a small matter. I'll go with you. Spirit Hollow Mountain Splitter smiled. Yes, ancestor. Spirit Hollow Lake Duo immediately reacted. Obviously, his ancestor did not intend to let the other elders in the tribe know about this matter. Child Beixian, in front of us is Yuyang City. After this city, we will not be far from the camp of the alien demon clan. There is a middle-stage human-devil expert in the city, which is much stronger than the ghost demon city. Zi Qingyue said. On the way, when they learned that Ning Qi wanted to go to the camp of the alien demon clan, they were more certain about Ning Qi's guess. The tribe where Zi Qingyue and others came from were all alien demon clan. The ancestors of the tribe basically entered this place by accident and were demonized by the demonic Qi, but they retained their consciousness and did not become demonic creatures. After generations of reproduction, they became real demons, but such demons were regarded as alien in the eyes of the orthodox demons. Ning Qi guessed that the probability of Xuanjin Great Sage appearing in the camp of the alien demon clan should be much higher. If they retained their consciousness, they would obviously not deal with the orthodox demons. Let's find a place to rest for a few days. Ning Qi smiled. Okay, everyone nodded, except for Zi Qingyue. The others looked at Ning Qi with a hint of respect. After all, this was the man who had killed a human devil with his own hands. They thought that Ning Qi had not fully recovered from his injuries, so they proposed to rest for a few days. In fact, Ning Qi was planning to open the platinum gift pack. The time limit of 24 hours given by the system was almost up. After entering Yangyu City, the group found an inn with a small courtyard to stay in. Duo Lu and the other two felt a little uneasy. Previously, they had been the first to escape from the demon land. They were very afraid that Ning Qi would come to his senses and punish them for this matter. In the end, they did not expect that after Ning Qi entered his room, he would not come out again. System, I want to open the platinum gift pack. Ning Qi set up a restrictive spell around him and then said in his mind. With a boom, a series of system notifications rang out. The platinum gift pack was different from the lottery. As the name suggested, Ning Qi could get a lot of rewards at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lower-grade demon artifact, War Demon Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lower-grade demon artifact, War Demon Boots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lower-grade demon artifact, War Demon Gloves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rank 1 demon battle technique, 9 inner hidden gates. 3 lower-grade demon artifacts should be equivalent to a lower-grade immortal artifact, right? The rewards are not bad. As for the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi carefully looked through it, and the joy on his face became even more intense. Although the 9 inner hidden gates was only a rank 1 demon battle technique, the same rank as Devil's 8 directional convergence palm, its use was to develop the potential of the body. Moreover, it was a demon battle technique that could grow. If he opened one gate, Ning Qi's physical strength would multiply. At this time, the 9 inner hidden gates was only a rank 1 demon battle technique. However, if he opened the second gate, the 9 inner hidden gates would become a rank 2 demon battle technique, and so on and so forth. Once all 9 gates were opened, the 9 inner hidden gates would become a rank 9 demon battle technique. I wonder if it can be fused with the confining dragon elephant art and become a secondary section. If that's the case, I can directly open all 9 gates. Ning Qi immediately exchanged for a few days of top-grade training grounds and prepared to give it a try. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from the spot. Inside the top-grade training grounds, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi finally confirmed that the 9 inner hidden gates could not be fused with the confining dragon elephant art. If he forced it, the confining dragon elephant art might directly collapse, and it could only be regarded as a separate cultivation technique. Chapter 1898 Mountain Demon. Entering the immortal prison this time, the lucky chance I obtained was great. Although I did not break through to the 8th Tribulation Creator realm, my combat strength increased several times, Ningqi left the top cultivation training ground and sighed. Unfortunately, the 9 inner hidden gates cannot truly increase my strength. With my strength, I can only keep the first gate open for about 2 hours. Perhaps in the future, when my cultivation is higher, I can open it 24 hours without interruption. The 9 inner hidden gates was very difficult to cultivate, and it required a lot of time. Ningqi considered that the longer Andi soared and the others stayed in the immortal prison, the more dangerous it would be. He had to first find clues about them. If there were no clues after going to the demon race camp, it would not be too late to go into seclusion to cultivate. Spirit Void Mountain pulled Spirit Void Jiduo and broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. When they came near the demon land, their expressions changed. It was too quiet, too quiet. Is the battle over? Spirit Void Jiduo was stunned. Where is he? Spirit Void Mountain's face was a bit ugly. If the other party was already suppressed by Ghost Demon, then he had come here for nothing. He had fought with Ghost Demon several times and understood his character. Wanting him to take out something that was already in his mouth was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this time, a demon happened to pass under their feet. Spirit Void Mountain reached out and grabbed. The demon was pulled in front of them by a wave of demon chi. Who is it? You guys, eh? Spirit Void Tribe? The demon was originally angry, but when he saw Spirit Void Jiduo's appearance, he was startled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. When he saw Spirit Void Mountain again, he was shocked by the human demon aura he emitted. He immediately said respectfully, "What orders does this lord have?" "I ask you, where is Ghost Demon? And that demon Bei Xian, where did they all go?" Spirit Void Mountain said coldly, "Lord Ghost Demon, he is already dead." The demon was stunned for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Ghost Demon was dead?" Spirit Void Jiduo's expression changed. Ghost Demon was an early human demon master. How could he die? Don't lie to me. How could Devil die? Could it be that a mid-stage human devil expert passed by? Spirit Void Mountain's expression was a little ugly. "Sir, how could I dare to lie to you? Sir Ghost Demon is indeed dead. Many people saw him die at the hands of that half-step human demon." The devil race cultivator was startled. "Where's my big brother?" Spirit Void Zai Duo immediately reacted and shouted, "Young Master Wu Tian is also dead." A sliver of hesitation appeared on the demon's face as he slowly replied. However, he was cursing loudly in his heart. How could he be so unlucky as to encounter such a thing? If the other party were to vent their anger on him, he would most likely lose his life today. My big brother is also dead? How is this possible? Ling Su Zai Duo muttered to himself. His expression was extremely ugly. Spirit Void Mountain shouted, "Tell me everything from the beginning. If you hide anything, I'll kill you on the spot." Yes, that devil nodded in fear and then recounted everything he saw. Hearing that Ghost Demon was killed by Ningqi after being struck by Thunder Retribution, Spirit Void Zai Duo's mood became a little better. At least the other party was not strong enough to kill a human devil expert. Thunder Retribution. What kind of cultivation method did that guy practice? Even Ghost Demon couldn't bear the Thunder Retribution. How terrifying is its power! Spirit Void Mountain fell into deep thought. Old ancestor, big brother, and second brother both died at the hands of that guy. You must avenge them. Spirit Void Zai Duo was incomparably sad and indignant. Revenge is for sure. No one can kill the people of my Spirit Void tribe without paying any price. You go back to the tribe first and inform the elders of this matter. Let them issue a wanted order and send all people to capture this guy. Spirit Void Mountain was not as sad as Spirit Void Zai Duo. Although Spirit Void Wu Tian and Spirit Void Mountain were strong, he had many descendants under his command. If 2 died, he could cultivate another 2. Right now, finding the devil clan named Bei Xian was the most important thing. After Spirit Void Zhe Duo left, Spirit Void Mountain waved his hand. The devil clan was relieved and quickly fled from the place. Then, Spirit Void Mountain landed at the place where Ningqi and Ghost Demon fought before. This aura went that way. A bright light flashed in Spirit Void Mountain's eyes. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Spirit Void Mountain immediately flew in the direction where Ningqi and others left. Yang City. Teleportation Formation. After Ningqi saw the existence of the teleportation formation, he curiously asked Zi Qingyue and the others a few questions. Only then did he realize that the distance of the teleportation formation here was countless times more terrifying than the central continent. In the central continent, the distance of the teleportation formation was basically connected to a few celestial dynasties. But the distance of the teleportation formation here was extraordinary. In Zi Qingyue's words, if one didn't use the teleportation formation and flew by themselves, they might not be able to reach their destination even if their lifespan was exhausted. A small remnant of the Devil Clan's continent was already so vast. One could imagine how huge the Devil Clan's continent was before it was destroyed. Teleportation formation. Duo Lu and the other two excitedly followed behind Ningqi, looking around curiously. To them, the teleportation formation was an unreachable existence. Using it once would probably cost them about 100 years' worth of cultivation resources. If there was no need, they would definitely not use such an extravagant method of transportation. Lords, where are you going? Inside the teleportation formation, an old man emitting the aura of a demonic being walked up with a smile. There was a hint of respect in his tone. However, when he glanced at Duo Lu and the other two, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Duo Lu and the other two did not see this scene. Their attention was completely focused on the teleportation formation, on the magnificent pillars that emitted a faint white light. Yan Shan demonic territory. Zi Qingyue said indifferently, the camp of the mutated devil clan. The old man was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said, according to the rules, the lords of the devil clan will have a discount when using the teleportation formation. Each person will get 5 low-grade demonic crystals. After a short pause, the old man's gaze landed on Duo Lu and the other two. The 3 of you will have to pay an additional low-grade demonic crystal. What? You are also a demonic being. Why are you discriminating against the 3 of us? Duo Lu and the other two finally reacted. A hint of anger appeared on their faces. This is the rule. The rule of Yang City has always been like this. Even if the 3 of you go to other places, it will still be the same. How can your status be compared to the noble lords of the Devil Clan? The old man was not angry and explained with a smile. Take it.